Back inside the Coliseum as day 2 of competition for the individuals rolls on here at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. It's event 6 of 15 for the men. I am Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. We'll check in with him in a second. But event 6, we're taking the traditional speed clean ladder and we're gonna twist it.
Twist it pretty good because we're adding a 200-meter run before each clean. And now we have event 6 here. Event 7 will be later, but this is gonna be a very, very fast-paced event as we make our way into the Coliseum.
For more on the course that the athletes will be running, let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Thank you, Sean. The first time we'll be running inside the Coliseum. So the athletes are going to start on the other side of the pylons. They're going to move to their left. They're going to run around the pylons, follow me through the curtain, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, run through the bay doors here, end up outside, loop around, come to the other side of that camera, run past the camera, and then back inside for each lift.
Thank you, Mike, and there's a look at the course that has been laid out for the athletes, just a 200-meter loop here. 4 heats for the men here. Heat number 1, we'll be keeping an eye on Tim Paulson and Zach Watts. They're both wearing Whoop, and we will be able to monitor their heart rates throughout this event.
It's going to be very interesting to see what happens throughout the entirety of the event. Sitting in the blocks, waiting to start, and what happens while they're navigating their way through these heavy barbells.
Zach Watts taking the floor, the man who qualified out of the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. Tim Paulson right next to him, he is in the headband.
These are 2 of the stronger athletes in the field. And the way this event plays out is that this should be a decent event for Paulson and Watts. The heaviest bar in event number 6 is 315 for the men. And both of these athletes have nearly snatched that weight in competition in past events. So this is not going to be any issue whatsoever for them on the bar. So it's probably going to come down to how fast they can sustain that pace on the run.
Tim Paulson coming in 34th place overall right now. He needs to move up a few spots to get himself safely inside the cut line.
I mean, you think he's amped up a little bit. 127 for a heart rate where most of these athletes' resting heart rate is about 50. Right? That's the impact the crowd has on your heart rate, but that will affect how you perform out here on the floor.
Agassiz Riquelme is in front, but remember, they have to return to their lanes. We won't know who is in the lead until they actually get back to their lanes here.
And the way this course is set up, in a way, you have this turnaround out here, but you also have one inside the Coliseum, and that makes it a fair distance loop, as opposed to having an advantage based off where your lane actually is. First bar's 245. They can do that in their sleep. That's a roll out of bed weight. Throw the sheets off, bar's waiting for you by your slippers, clean it and put your slippers on.
Agassiz Riquelme will be the first man to make the turn. He is onto the 245-pound bar. Yeah, no problem for him, and this shouldn't be a problem for anybody. Joris Karavis is the second man back on the run. Zach Watts behind him, Gamboa, Mertens, Carone, Paulson, and Adrian Moonblatter all through that first barbell at 245.
The runs matter more than you think, and it's a 200-meter course, which isn't very short. It's 1,000 meters of total running for this single event for event number 6. We tested running earlier in day number 1 at 500 meters. Now they did it at a max effort. It took about 90 seconds. So we're doubling the distance of a max sprint that we had earlier, but now we're adding increasingly heavy barbells. But when the weights are lighter, the runs are much more valuable. So this isn't a buy-in. This is a sneaky, intense 200 meters that is the most important part of this round, with these first 3 sets with these lighter bars all under 300 pounds.
Agassiz Riquelme was the first man to start round number 2, and he and Joris Karavis tied for the lead right now, up to 265. Tim Paulson is making his way back to the barbell, now up to 170 on his heart rate.
170, and for you say an average heart rate at a kind of a max position that you can sustain, somewhere between 160 and 170 is pretty even with the athletes. Now it's athlete dependent. There is not an exact number that you have to look at, because it's not age dependent, it's not height or size dependent, it's training specific. that high heart rate position that they can sustain.
Joris Karavis and Agason Riquelme are the two men who have been out front here. And it looks like Karavis, depending on the distance they have to return to their lanes, will be the first man back to the barbell. Two of them are right next to each other. So Karavis is now in first place in his first of 4 heats. 285 pounds now on the barbell. Alexander Caron will be the second man to the barbell. Zach Watts, and now Riquelme. And Riquelme trying to squat clean that. Tim Paulson and Colton Mertens have both completed their lifts. Roy Gamboa and Adrian Moonweiler stepping up as Riquelme has run into some trouble here at 285. And he will now go from front of the pack to the back of it.
And you can't do that with only 5 bars when it's coming down to the run. And there's not a whole lot of room for separation in event number 6, maybe for the last 2 barbells. But 245, 265, and 285 for these athletes is lightweight. That's light 1 rep max weight. But what you have to make sure that you don't do is have a mistake. There's no time to make up a 6-bar lift as opposed to a 5-bar lift.
Alexander Caron is now ahead of Joris Karavis, and Caron will hit his lane first. His lane is closer to that final turn than Karavis. Alexander Caron, 28th place overall coming into this event, could give himself some breathing room as far as the cuts are concerned with a strong performance here in this opening heat. And Caron will be the first man to the 305-pound barbell.
This is where the tide starts to turn for the stronger athletes.
No problem for Alexander Caron. Mertens, Paulson, and Watts are now back on the barbell. They're at the bottom of your screen. Joris Karavis is at the top. Paulson is done, Mertens is done, and Karavis is done. They have to make that left turn. And now another group of athletes returning. Agason Riquelme, Adrian Moonweiler, and Roy Gamboa will set up for 305 as Alexander Caron looks to set the early time to beat here in Heat 1.
The last 5 athletes that went, they were all opting for a power clean except for Colton Mertens. Now, it's not a bad thing to catch it in a squat. It's a little more effort in the legs, but what's important is the time it takes to do it. For Mertens' full clean versus the other powers, there was not very much difference in time for that exact rep. So for Mertens, it's a good thing he's going to start working on that, because a lot of these athletes may need to use that squat clean for this last bar.
Less than 30 seconds to go before we hit the 6-minute time cap. So Alexander Caron is going to have to waste no time getting back to that final barbell. He has 15 seconds. 3:15.
That's going to be close.
On the bar, 10 seconds now for Caron. Here comes Tim Paulson, who has moved into second place. And Caron and Paulson won't be able to get that final clean.
Now this is terrifying if I'm in the next 3 heats, because what I was looking at as an athlete was, oh, we got a bunch of bars on the floor. It's called a clean ladder. We get to move some weight. It's like, no, this time cap, and Dave does this a lot in programming, is that he makes time caps that forces a different intensity than the athletes were prepared for.
This is Alexander Caron at 305, the last barbell he was able to successfully lift.
And again, it's not the weight. In this first event, for the majority of these athletes, these weights are light relative to their one rep maxes. Now for myself, I'd just be happy if it came off the ground in general. But this time cap is forcing a different intensity than these athletes were prepared for.
Alexander Caron and Tim Paulson will tie with 1 barbell remaining. Zach Watts, Joris Karavis, and Colton Mertens all had 2 reps remaining. Second of 4 heats. Jeff Adler and Jason Hopper will both be wearing Whoop. We'll try to keep an eye on their heart rate monitors. But Jason Hopper was out front early in event number 5, and then the wheels came off for him.
Now, did he recover? Look at his heart rate. You're not calm. We see your heart rate, Jason, I'm sorry. 145, that's like a 5K pace for most endurance athletes at a steady state. And you're operating at 145 before the heat starts. Now, what does that mean? That means he's just amped, right? Some of the stress that comes into play here, environment can dictate heart rate.
Hold on, athletes. You can.
Ooh. Still waiting on the official start here, so the athletes are going to have to reset.
That's not going to help the nerves at all. Sitting there at the ready, waiting for the beat.
Jason Hopper's going to have a little time to.
And you see him, he's trying to settle down, calm the nerves.
Now down to 116.
That's it, right? In that little reprieve, dropped the 116. So he was very jacked at the start of this. So that little break actually did Hopper a favor.
Jason Hopper, 24th place overall coming into this event. As I said, in event number 5, he was towards the front early on, but then wound up finishing 33rd.
He's taking nice, deep, controlled breaths, and that is one way to lower your heart rate. But the other thing that it does is that it infuses a lot more oxygen into the system, into the muscles, which is basically fuel for an anaerobic workout like this, which is so muscular strength dependent.
There is Chandler Smith, 25th place overall after a 15th in event number 5. So on the right side of the cut line, but would certainly like to work his way inside the top 20.
Cut line at 9, but not cut line at 10.
Brandon Luckett, 22nd place overall, took 17th in the last event. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault with more on what's going on.
Guys, basically we're having a little bit of confusion of which judge is responsible for which athlete. It's good that this was figured out before we started the event. We were, 3 seconds from starting, and we realized there's some confusion of which judge will be watching which athlete. We're actually bringing another gumdrop on here because it looks like we had a bit of a confusion with which athletes were actually in this heat. So very good news, we are getting this figured out before the event starts.
NOBULL CrossFit Games. We're looking for the Fittest On Earth.
You know, this says a lot of different things to different athletes. Right now, this break did wonders for Hopper to control his heart rate. And all that does, it's, look, it's emotional dependent. Environment, the people, the crowd. Knowing what's on the line can affect something as simple as heart rate. And that does impact the way you compete and the way your body reacts to the stimulus and the stress that's about to happen in the event.
I got a chance to talk to Jason Hopper about a week ago, and he was talking about dealing with the big stage. He played football at Clemson. He said he was used to it, but saying what and then actually getting there and dealing with it are two different things.
Here's the thing, Sean. Everybody thinks they're going to run into the burning building until they feel the heat on their face, right? So there's a big difference. Yes, Clemson, big stage, football crowd. It's a big difference here on the floor in the Coliseum at the CrossFit Games.
Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
I had a chance to talk to Jason Hopper before this event. I was asking him, he's close to the top 30. Are you watching the leaderboard? He looked at me and said, I'm not first. That's all I care about. So not too concerned with making it to the top 30 by the end of today. He wants first place. Can he get there? We shall see.
30 seconds.
Nice little Ricky Bobby attitude right there. If you're not first, you're last.
With Luka Jukic, the younger of the two Jukic brothers who are here competing at the CrossFit Games. Heat 2 underway.
And what we just learned from Heat 1 is that you have to sprint. Not a dead sprint like we saw earlier on day number 2, but as we're piecing the programming puzzle together, is that the run that we had on day 1 only took about 90 seconds when it was max effort. This 1,000 meters worth of running, coupled with ascending weighted barbells, took capping at 7. It's a different test, but one we have yet to see so far in competition.
And already it looks like a much faster pace on the run for Heat 2 than Heat number 1, as no athlete in Heat 1 was able to get through the entirety of the ladder. Ulis Utniks is the first man back in.
Yeah, but Adler's in
Jeff
first.
Adler will be the first man to touch the barbell, though, and Adler will just treat that like a minor inconvenience. Adler, though, went outside of Chandler Smith's lane, but still did make the left turn. Smith is done. He's heading out. Hopper and Crouch, and now Luka Jukic.
And this is what you learn, heat to heat. We saw the same thing in the team competition last night where they were chalking the floor because it was getting too slick on wall walks. Now you know that you have to run way faster than anticipated.
And Jeff Adler was about 4 seconds faster in that round than Agustin Riquelme was on his first run. So already the pace picking up.
And I think Adler's actually gonna have a much easier run because he's in the front. At the start, he was behind everybody in the outside lane. Now he had no traffic in front of him to start round number 2.
Jeff Adler, the man who finished 5th at the CrossFit Games last year, first back in, and he will head to the 265-pound barbell. Baden Brown has now made the turn. No problem for Jeff Adler. He'll start round number 3.
Now, even though the bars are lighter here, you still can't blow it off like it's nothing.
But Baden Brown is now done. Chandler Smith finished. Jason Hopper has his heart rate up to 164 now.
Now, to keep that in mind, it was at 145 before the event even started, but he had that little bit of a break that dropped it down to 120. So now he's operating at a pretty comfortable lactic threshold when it comes to heart rate.
Jeff Adler, again, the fastest man on that run in round number 2, but dropped about 8 seconds. He did the first one in 49. He did the second one in 57.
You have to rush or push the run, but you can't rush or push a barbell. One thing we haven't said yet is that all these bars are short bars. All these athletes' PRs have been done on a classic barbell length, if not an Oli bar, which spins beautifully and helps the lift. The short bars have a massive impact on the difficulty of the clean.
Here goes Jeff Adler as he approaches the 285-pound barbell. His heart rate up to 177. And no problem for Jeff Adler, and he is out on his 4th run before Baden Brown even touches the barbell. He's in 2nd as Brown. Chandler Smith right now is in 3rd. Jason Hopper in 4th. Jay Crouch in 5th.
And the way Adler's heart rate maintained through the lift shows you that he's comfortable with these lifts. A lot of times you'll see an athlete hit a heavy single clean and that thing will shoot up. Where it's hurting him is the run, right? Adler's not the running guy. He's the barbell guy. And so it's no surprise to see the heart rate more elevated outside on the run than we do see inside on the lift.
So far, Adler has been the fastest on each run. 104 on the last run. But Jay Crouch has been able to catch him on the barbell, a little faster at least, able to keep Adler within striking distance.
So the first 3 rounds are drastically different than the last 2 because of the weight on the bar. We're jumping to 305. 305 is not a weight you can just run in and lift without having extreme focus on the technique you need to execute the lift.
Adler's heart rate now up to 187 as he goes to 305. And he will hit that.
That was much better than 285. He took an extra second, settled himself in.
Baden Brown, though, is starting to reel Adler in a little bit. They're separated by 3 lanes as Chandler Smith and Jason Hopper are both tied for 3rd place in this heat. 6-minute time cap. And Baden Brown starting to catch up to Jeff Adler, and it was Brown who had the fastest time on that last run.
Slowly catching him, and now what's important to note is where they are on the competition floor here inside the Coliseum. Though Brown is behind Adler on the run, their distance on the Coliseum, Adler's gonna be able to get in first because he's in that first lane. So if Brown's going to want to pass him, he's either going to have to do it here on the back half of the run or really start pushing it when they get into the Coliseum.
Adler and Brown into the Coliseum at the same time. Adler will make the turn first. Brown has a little bit farther to go. 3:15 on the bar, less than 30 seconds to go. This for the Heat win. Adler has it. Brown's got a squat clean, and Jeff Adler takes Heat 2. 5:45.01. Here comes Jason Hopper, who's moved into third ahead of Chandler Smith. Hopper right to work, and he will not be able to hit it. Neither will Chandler Smith. And now Jay Crouch has it, but not able to get over the finish line.
But that breaks the tie that would have been with the previous heat that no one was able to get to the bar with Corone and company.
187 right now for Jeff Adler as he takes Heat number 2, 5:45.01, just 2 men in that heat. Adler and Brown able to get through all the barbells inside of 6 minutes.
I said Brown is pushing Adler, but he needed to do is push past him because where Brown's position was inside the Coliseum, Adler had the very first lane, and sometimes you just don't realize that when you're coming in. But for Adler, look, this is what he does. He's one of the strongest athletes in the field, and he capitalized on that even with the interference of the runs.
Jeff Adler by about a second and a half over Baden Brown, and Jason Hopper and Chandler Smith both got to that final barbell. Heat number 3 of 4 here. Sam Cornoyer and Noah Olson both wearing the Whoop straps. So we get to see what this event does do to their heart rate.
We've seen a lot of different things so far. We had Tim Paulson trying to stay calm about 120 to 125. Hopper was singing about 145 before we had that little break, which was good for him because then it dropped to below 120. The big thing here is it just showcases that, you know, a lot of the endurance community pioneered heart rate training and things like that. It's still not a definition of fitness, it's a correlate to it. If I'm just sitting there nervous at 180, I'm not getting fitter, I'm just panicking.
Saw Noah Olson 12th place overall. He looks to work his way into the top 10 here after this event. Third of 4 heats, we are underway. And the time to beat belongs to Jeff Adler right now. 5:45.01 seconds. Jason Smith and Royce Dunn, two of the bigger and more strong athletes in this entire event.
Well, sitting in third, Jeremy Majeros has a clean at 390. He has the strongest clean in the group.
And the kid can run.
I'm sorry, that's his clean and jerk, Sean. So he has an even stronger, just regular clean. So some of the strongest athletes in this specific heat.
And got his first career event win in event number 3 on Wednesday, so we know the kid can run. Jason Smith, the first man in, but he is at the far end of the floor.
Right. So
Harris, he and Smith making the turn at the same time. Alex Vino and Travis Mayer all to the first barbell, and Dunn as well, as Smith and Majeros will be the first 2 men out on the run, followed by Alex Vino, Travis Mayer, and Royce Dunn. Sam Cornoyer, he's back out on the course, but he is far behind, heart rate at 164.
And that's about an average pace. That's a comfortable pace. That's what a lot of people will be training at when they're doing classic Metcons, something endurance-wise, operating about 160 for an intense event. That's that 5 to 10 minute range. So that's pretty normal. That's a steady heart rate for most of these athletes.
And if you're curious about split times on that first run, Travis Mayer was the fastest at 52 seconds, but that was about 3 seconds slower than Sam Cornoyer, Jeff Adler did his first run in heat number 2. 265 pounds on the next barbell. Jason Smith back in, followed by Guy Majeros, Alex Vino, and Travis Mayer. Royce Dunn and Noah Olson behind them. Majeros, Vino, and Mayer to the barbell at the same time.
I love it.
Smith now in 4th place. Noah Olson at 176 on the heart rate will successfully clean 265. Cole Sager is done, and Will Morad as well.
And that's a good pace.
And Sam Cornoyer is way in the back here And he is now just stepping up to 265 as Majeros, Vino, Smith, and Mayer.
As we work through the third round, Majeros' advantage is going to get bigger as we get heavier down the line. But as you said, it's the guy won the 500-meter sprint, so he has the speed. Now does he have the conditioning? Because yes, it's only 200 meters, but this is a very aerobic event that more than people would think.
Jason Smith, who just left view on the left side of your screen as Royce Dunn and Noah Olson are closing out their 200-meter run. Jason Smith was the fastest man on round 2, just the only guy under 1 minute, 58 seconds for him. Vino, Mayer, Majeros, and Smith back in, and it's going to be Travis Mayer to the barbell first, just ahead of Alex Vino. Guy Majeros is now solidly in third. He's on the left side of your screen in the black tank top. Jason Smith on the far left getting to the barbell as Vino and Mayer back out for round 4. Noah Olson stepping up to 285. Heart rate now up to 182 beats per minute.
And that's pushing that lactic threshold heart rate, meaning it's about 20 beats per minute till you max out. Once we start creeping up past 180 to 190 for your average elite CrossFitter, you're gonna see a point of diminishing return where they basically, we call it redlining, right? You tip the scales where there's no turning back.
Travis Mayer followed by Alex Vino. Travis Mayer, 18th place overall, had his best finish, tied for his best finish in event 5, took 10th place, was also 10th in event number 1.
Now there was a time earlier in the offseason that Mayer's sole goal was chasing an elusive 400-pound clean. And he got pretty darn close to it. I think he was within 5 pounds, if not hit it maybe 1 time. So Travis Mayer is an athlete that can handle a barbell at this weight.
Mayer and Vino back into the Coliseum. Mayer's going to be first to the 305 bar. Alex Vino will be second. Mayer hits that no problem. And now putting some distance between himself and Vino. Guy Majeros has to go over his barbell and got called back. That's allowed Jason Smith to pull even with him, but it's Travis Mayer all by himself in first place, followed by Alex Vino. Guy Majeros will hit that. He is in third, trying to hold off Royce Dunn and Jason Smith. Cole Sager creeping up on the 3 of those guys as it's Morad and Olson in the back.
Now here's the difference between 2 athletes. Guy Majeros, the highest clean and jerk in the group and won the sprint. That is a completely different system than this one. It has the 2 components, but it's not the same. That's such an anaerobic muscle power movement that you have to be aerobically fit, which means you need more endurance to handle something 5 minutes plus.
Jeff Adler's time to beat at 5:45 is quickly coming closer as we have now just 15 seconds to go before we hit that. Mayer is back in. Less than 30 to go before we hit the time cap. Here comes Alex Vino as well. Mayer looking to win the heat. Not going to be able to knock off Jeff Adler, though. And now 15 seconds. Mayer has it, and he will get in. Vino's lift is good. Guy Majeros and company, they're going to run out of time. And Majeros may have gotten credit for that one, but Travis Mayer is going to take the heat. Right now, 3rd best time that we have seen with 1 heat remaining. 5:51.30 seconds for Mayer as Jeff Adler's time of 5:45.01 still the top mark. Alex Vino also got in inside the 6-minute time cap, 5:52.50 seconds.
Travis Mayer's biggest weapon here is his strength and his endurance. It's not necessarily all about speed, even though you have to go fast. And that blend is the key to success in this event.
Travis Mayer will win the heat. Good enough right now for 3rd place in the event. Alex Vino, the other man to finish in that heat, 5:52.50 seconds. Then Guy Majeros got to the barbell, was not able to get across the finish line. Same story for Noah Olson and Jason Smith. 4th and final heat. Overall leaders on the floor right now. Brent Fikowski with 419 points leads Justin Medeiros by 15. Yona Koski sits in 3rd. Pat Vellner is in 4th overall. Jorgen Gudmundsson and Scott Panchik after that. Brent Fikowski looking to hang on to the leader's jersey here.
And here's what I said about what type of event like this. This is actually an endurance event, an aerobic event. You have to have the conditioning and the strength coupled with it, but not one isolated for the other. So is Fikowski the fastest in this heat? No, he's not. Is he the strongest? No, he's not, but he has a good combo of the two.
And the Panchik brothers right next to each other in this event, saw them go head-to-head way back in the open.
Now, say healthy Scott is a dangerous Scott, but we know he's dealing with something right now. But Saxon Panchik is not to be overlooked in this event.
Look at Andre Houdet, the game's rookie, currently 9th place overall.
Stand by.
Fourth and final heat underway, and Jeff Adler still at the top time. 5:45.01 seconds. Only 4 men have been able to complete this event inside that 6-minute time cap.
I mean, one athlete we didn't touch on in the beginning is actually Jonakowski. When you think about it, an aerobically dominant athlete, that's Jonakowski. I mean, look at what he did in the long swim and paddle on day 1. But the guy's got some decent strength so for these barbells, it's really gonna come down to giving yourself enough time to get around for all 5 rounds. I mean, this compressed time frame, it's like a pressure cooker, right? The more you add, the more tense, the more heat you're gonna get. And that's what that time cap's doing in this event.
Lazar Jukic is the first man back in, followed by Gudmundsson, Houdet, Koski, Medeiros, Fikowski, Saxon Panchik, Pat Vellner, Scott Panchik, and then Henrik Haapalainen. Jukic is the first man done, and then it's just a mad dash behind him.
Good move by Brent Fikowski to get himself out of traffic.
Lazar Jukic was the first man in on that run. Jeff Adler, who has the top time, did that first run in 49 seconds. Jukic did it in 55. Here are your top 5 in the overall standings, just 15 points separating first from second. I can't remember the last time that was the case, because usually at this point, Matt Fraser is running away with the whole thing. This men's competition is going to be a blast to watch for the rest of the weekend.
And that's what we thought about coming in, right? What was this men's competition going to look like? Ask anyone, say, give me your for sure pick who the new champion on the men's side is going to be, and you can't really give a definitive answer. And we are getting an amazing competition up to this point. There's just guts.
Scott Panchik, who, if you did not watch day 1, he's dealing with a bit of a knee issue that's slowing him down, especially on a run. Lazar Jukic back in. Saxon Panchik, first man to the barbell, followed by Fikowski, Vellner, and Medeiros. Saxon is now your leader in the heat, followed by Brent Fikowski, Justin Medeiros, and Pat Vellner. And Pat Vellner is trying to reel in Jonakowski. Koski has a 7-point lead on Vellner for 3rd place.
Saxon looks very good, and look, Saxon's a fast kid too. He's got the speed, but the endurance to couple with it.
Saxon Panchik looking to punch his way into the top 5-6 overall coming into this event. Brent Fikowski doing what he needs to do to hang on to that leader's jersey, ahead right now of both Justin Medeiros and Jonakowski, the 2 men immediately behind him in the overall standings. And Pat Vellner, who just left view on the left side of your screen, is ahead of Jonakowski. Vellner trying to pick up points on Koski and get into a spot in the top 3. Here comes Saxon Panchik. He'll head to the 285-pound barbell. No problem for Saxon. Fikowski, Vellner, and Medeiros behind him. And Fikowski and Vellner, that was synchronized. Medeiros now back in 4th place. Henrik Haapalainen is done. He, Gudmundsson, and Jukic back out on the run. Houdet is with him as well. And Jonakowski. Scott Panchik just getting to the 285-pound barbell.
Now here's the second half of the event where the tide starts to turn. Where if you have the strength, it's becoming more an advantage, but you have to keep the intensity on the runs.
6-minute time cap here. Jeff Adler, the time to beat at 5:45.01 seconds. Saxon Panchik is the leader right now in this heat. Followed closely, though, by the trio on your screen right now. Pat Vellner, overall leader Brent Fikowski, and the man who's sitting in second overall, Justin Medeiros. Saxon Panchik now to 3:05.
You can't rush this lift. We saw some athletes miss one, and that basically killed the rest of their event.
Panchik will squat clean that one. Here come Vellner, Medeiros, and Fikowski as Panchik exits the building. Vellner's done first, just ahead of Fikowski.
Medeiros had a squat clean that one. That's not a negative.
One barbell remains, 1 minute 15 seconds left in this event.
That's going to be really close.
Jeff Adler again, the time to beat at 5 minutes 45 seconds. Saxon Panchik on his last run took 1 minute 14. And Scott Panchik getting the crowd to its feet as he guts through that knee issue he's having.
And here's what's happening on the last run. You just have lactic acid dumping into your muscles, but the scary part about that is what that does is that it prohibits your muscles from firing at 1,000%. That's what a lactic acid dump does. Now you're gonna bring it into a max clean lift at the end.
Here comes Saxon Panchik. Less than 30 seconds to go, now 20 seconds to go as he steps up to 3:15. Adler's gonna win the event, but who will win this heat?
Now Panchik had to squat the last bar.
He will do it. Pat Vellner right to work. Vellner not able to make it. Panchik is in. Fikowski can't make it. Medeiros will stand it up.
Wow.
May have enough time. And Medeiros is in. Brent Fikowski and Pat Vellner unable to complete the last bar.
You thought Justin Medeiros was dangerous on an empty ranch in Aromas, California?
Wow.
Welcome to the Coliseum, big boy.
Scott Panchik, who has been dealing with the knee issue, has announced that this is his last CrossFit Games. And it's tough to see this.
Bring him in.
From a man that has been such a fantastic athlete and an even better ambassador for this community.
I got to talk to him right before this event down there. He was good spirits, all smiles, just wanted to have a conversation. But he's saying, is like, I'm taking this as a major opportunity to build on in the future.
But it's the younger Panchik who wins the heat and will take 5th place in the event. And then this finish got everybody out of their seats. So Jeff Adler's going to win the event. Baden Brown will take 2nd. Travis Mayer in 3rd. Alex Vigneault, Saxon Panchik, and then 6th place in the event for Justin Medeiros. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault with Saxon Panchik.
Saxon, you were 6th coming into this event, Heat 4 winner. We'll see exactly where you finished overall in that event. What was it like having the 2 Canadians try and chase you down here? You're able to hold them off. How did you do that?
I mean, the biggest thing for me was not looking behind me and just trusting that my game plan was going to pay off in the long run. When you have such a short time cap, you got to be a little more aggressive, so I just feel like there's no time to look around.
What's it like sharing the final heat here on event 6 and 7 at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games with your brother?
It's amazing. I mean, that's a memory I'm going to take with me for the rest of my life, and I'm just trying to soak it all in.
Speaking of family, this is your first competition as a new father, the father of 6-week-old twins. How are you able to compete at this level?
My wife, her sister, and my parents.
That's a great answer, guys. Back to you.
That is a smart man right there. Good job,
right.
Saxon Panchik. Great work on the event, and congratulations to Jeff Adler, who picks up the event win. The men are done. Women are up next. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back for all the action here inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center. Nothing gets the crowd going like the heavyweights, and this crowd is now properly warmed up for the women's action here in event number 6. What a finish we just saw with Justin Medeiros and Saxon Panchik for the men, as we continue day 2 of competition for the individuals at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. Hope you're enjoying this. I know we are. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. It's a traditional clean ladder, but now we're adding a little something new.
Yeah, we took the speed out of it from bar to bar. We added a 200-meter run, but we still have to go fast because that truncated time cap is forcing an intensity on this event that a lot of people weren't thinking about when they were looking at this event on paper.
First of 4 heats for the women. Carolyn Prevost will be in lane number 6, and she will be wearing Whoop. We'll be monitoring her heart rate throughout the event. Prevost coming in 29th place overall for the women, so just on the right side of the cut line, but looking to do some work to move herself a little more safely inside of that. The equipment team here is doing a fantastic job, as they always do, getting the floor situated for the women.
I mean, the gray shirts, the blue shirts, the green, the medical.
Here are the overall men's standings now. Brent Fikowski just 6 points up on Justin Medeiros, and Patrick Vellner climbs up another spot, is now in 3rd place overall. Bjorben Karl Gudmundsson 11 points back of him. Saxon Panchik is now up to 5th, and Jonakoski drops to 6th place.
Again, anything can happen. A 30-point swing is not unheard of. That's the difference between a 1st and a 10th. When an event like this, where it's coming down the 2nd separating place finishing, no one is safe 1st through 6th at the moment.
Women's standings coming into event number 6. It is Tia Toomey, who actually saw her lead shrink after the last event. Haley Adams took that from 57 down to 48. Kristen Holta continuing to do what she does, just steady throughout. She is in 3rd, as the top 3 athletes are all well above the 400-point mark. Christy Aramo O'Connell and Laurel Horvath, who won the prior event for this, round out the top 5, with Catherine Davidsdottir lurking there in 6th.
And this event might as well be called Tia Toomey, but I'm looking at Kristen Holta to see if she's plugged that hole, which tends to be those high-end strengths. But when you're adding this run, that does bode well better for an athlete like Holta.
Carolyn Connors and Sasan Yavis looking to take the floor. Connors right now on the wrong side of that cut line. Remember, after 9 events, we are cutting the field down to 30 athletes. Carolyn Connors 34th place overall. She is trying to move up 4 spots here. There is Carolyn Prevost. Carolyn Prevost is one of the most accomplished athletes in this field. You take a look at her heart rate at 123 beats per minute. Prevost has won 11 national championships in 4 different sports, and 2 of those came in ice hockey at the University of Wisconsin.
That just means she's nails. She's just an athlete, right? A classic competitor. And I want to see what she can do in this event.
First heat of 4 for the women underway. 7-minute time cap for the women in this event. 165 pounds on the first bar. The course that they are running remains the same as it did for the men.
And that's a strong pace, but it's a needed pace. It's coming down to the run. Now in this heat, we got some of the stronger women in the field with Reagan Huckabee and Jessica Griffith. They both had clean and jerks at 247 and 257, with the heaviest bar at the end of this ladder is only 215.
Carolyn Connors and Michelle Basnet. There's Jess Griffith, Sasan Yavis, and Sungyeon Choi out of South Korea. Carolyn Connors, the first woman back in, followed by Michelle Basnet, Carolyn Prevost, and Alessandra Pacelli, and Jess Griffith, as well as Reagan Huckabee. Connors, no problem at 165. Back out on the run for round 2.
We got about a log jam with the next 5 athletes right behind her. And it's not really a pace where it's as fast as you can. That's not the right pace. The running pace is faster than you want to. And that's what's gonna be needed to get under these caps. And look, we can't just fight underneath the cap. These athletes are fighting for their longevity to compete into Saturday.
Now, all the athletes in this heat are trying to get themselves inside the cut line, or at least give themselves some breathing room as far as that is concerned. Carolyn Connors back in now for her second lift.
Her advantage is the pace at which she is running with, which is gonna work out well for your first 3 rounds at those lighter bars. But her max clean and jerk, unless it's been updated, is the lowest of every athlete in this competition.
She had to squat clean that one, as Jess Griffiths was the first athlete done. Griffith just leaving the left side of your screen. And she will have a shorter distance to travel when she gets back into the Coliseum to return to her lane. So Griffith looks to be the leader right now as the 185-pound barbell awaits. Again, a 7-minute time cap here for the women.
And that's a time domain we haven't hit yet in the competition when we look at the breadth of the programming so far. Hour plus event 1, 15 minutes event 2, 90 seconds event 3, 20 minutes event 4. This time domain we haven't hit because we went 10 to 12 this morning, but this 6 to 7 minute is a domain that we are now adding as we build up to that cut in event number 9.
Carolyn Connors and Jess Griffith just making the turn now to come back into the Coliseum. And they will make it at the same time. Jess Griffith, now your leader in this first of 4 heats. And she will step up to the 185-pound barbell.
No problem. No problem.
Carolyn Connors, meanwhile, in the background, they're taking her time, putting on her belt. Reagan Huckabee, closest to the camera, has just hit that lift. Alessandra Pacelli, and now Carolyn Prevost.
See Connors in the back, having a squat clean it again, having to take a bit of a break, and we said that coming in is that, listen, you got to play to your strengths and try to minimize your weaknesses.
Michelle Basnet and Sasha Nieves are done, as is Sung-Young Choi, but is Jessica Griffith, who is your leader.
This is probably the hardest run of the 5 that they have to do, is that 4th round run, knowing now the bars are really starting to get heavy just because of fatigue, not necessarily relative to their 1-rep maxes, but you cannot back off the run pace worried about what that bar is going to feel like going in.
Jessica Griffith in 31st place right now. So 1 spot away from being safe from the cuts when we cut down 230 athletes after 9 events. Here comes Jessica Griffith for the 195-pound bar. No problem for Griffith.
Looks good. Barbell work looks good.
Reagan Huckabee and Alessandra Pacelli, the next 2 women to the 195-pound bar. Here comes Carolyn Prevost. Huckabee and Pacelli done at the same time. Prevost will hit that. As Michelle Basnet tripped, almost tripped again. As she works her way back to the 195-pound barbell. She and Sung-Young Choi, along with Sasha Nieves and Carolyn Connors, are still inside the Coliseum. 5.5 minutes now gone by, 90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Jessica Griffith is on her final round here. There's Alessandra Pacelli in the bottom left of your screen. Griffith all by herself in first place.
And we said the 4th run might be the toughest, but the most important one is this 5th one, because you can't be so focused on that last barbell that you lose focus on the pace that you need to sustain on the last run.
1 minute to go. Here comes Jessica Griffith.
Tell you what, Pacelli has made a big move on this last run.
Jessica Griffith up to the 205-pound bar. She is on the bottom right. Alessandra Pacelli is now just getting to the barbell, but it's Griffith who's going to win the heat.
No problem.
Pacelli looking to lock up second place. 30 seconds to go. She is in. Now Reagan Huckabee and Carolyn Prevost. Huckabee on the right, Prevost in the middle. Huckabee has that. Prevost will stand it up. 2 more women are in. 15 seconds to go. Carolyn Connors, who was your early leader, with 5 seconds left. Wow. She makes the lift, but will not get across the finish.
Yeah, but she ran in and hit that lift, where earlier she was taking time before the other ones. I think that was just a confidence thing going in. She made that look easier than her 2 previous barbells.
Carolyn Prevost, 168 her heart rate up to right now.
And that's just right, but that's perfect, right? That is max intensity, but with comfortability. That's about the heart rate you'll see with a lot of these athletes.
Jessica Griffith passing Carolyn Connors to the lead right here, and then it was all Griffith from there on out.
Well, just the way she handled the run. She's a decent runner. She's definitely a fast one, but she's also one of the stronger female athletes in the field, able to power every barbell with relative ease from first to fifth round.
4 women able to complete all the work inside the 7-minute time cap, and it's Jessica Griffith setting the early mark to beat 6:25.72 seconds. Heat 2 of 4 up next. 9 women on the floor, and it's going to be Emma Carey who has the whoop strap for this heat. Emma Carey coming in 18th place overall in her individual debut at the CrossFit Games.
Well, she had a tough start to the morning earlier in event number 5. And event number 6 may not be the best next event that she needed if she's wanted to, make her, she wants to be top 15, top 10, hell, top of the podium. They all want to. So I'll be curious to see how she handles this. She's got the endurance, but it's the strength coupled with that we need to see under fatigue.
Third of, make that second heat for the women now underway, and it is Jessica Griffith who has the time to beat at 6:25.72 seconds. Ellie Turner and Laura Clifton out front on this run, but again, we'll wait and see for when they actually return inside the Coliseum to see who is in first place.
We saw moderate strength endurance being tested at the final event of day number 1 with those heavy, high-volume thrusters. This one is a high-strength aerobic test. But Carey did well with the thrusters, so her ability to manage, but there certainly gets to a certain threshold for a lot of these athletes where it's going to slow them down.
Ellie Turner and Ariel Lowen making the turn, and Emma Carey to the barbell. She will hit that.
All right.
Lowen out first, Carey right behind her. As Ariel Lowen, who is the surprise winner of the Granite Games to qualify here, said she just went to that competition because she wanted the cool nameplate that they give you there when you start on, so she could put it up in her new house, and then all of a sudden found out that she was going to go to the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, now you get a
much cooler one.
3 different NOBULL bags with your name on those, and yes, a much cooler nameplate we see hanging on these gumdrops in the Coliseum.
It's Ariel Lowen followed by Ellie Turner and Emma Carey right now in heat number 2. They have all cleared the 165-pound barbell. 175 awaits once they get back inside the Coliseum.
Now, what's tricky on this run, especially when you leave the Coliseum, is there's no clock out there. So what most athletes do, especially endurance athletes, is they use, they just look at their watch, try to see what their pace is, and not having it out there, you're relying a lot on feel, not necessarily what you see.
Ariel Lowen neck and neck with Emma Carey to 175 at the same time. Ellie Turner on the top of your screen. We'll hit her lift, and it's Ariel Lowen, followed closely by Emma Carey and Ellie Turner, your top three in this second heat. Seven-minute time cap here. 2.5 minutes gone by. Emma Carey, as she is on the run at 169 beats per minute.
What's pretty amazing to see is that the fitness level that all these elite athletes are at is that we start to see some similarities between what a maximum threshold is going to be. Now, this isn't max threshold for a lot of these athletes. This is right at that intense heart rate that you'll see mostly. When it gets really max, it's about 20 beats per minute above what your average threshold heart rate would be.
Sam Briggs followed by Laura Clifton, Bailey Rail, Sydney Mikulishin, Amelia Lepinen. Ariel Lowen opening up a bit of a lead on both Turner and Carey. Lowen to the barbell first, 185. Struggles with it, but hits it. Emma Carey has got to power clean that almost into a squat. Now she's back in third as Ellie Turner has moved into second. Sam Briggs, no problem. Sydney Mikulishin next to her. Finishes that. Mackenzie Riley, Bailey Rail, and then Laura Clifton are all through.
Now, what I saw from Lowen is that clean automatically tells me that I'll be squatting the next 2 bars. Unless I caught that one a little too far in front, maybe didn't give it enough effort that I should have. For Emma Carey, she tried to power it, but it actually pushed her down into a squat. So it wasn't the best lift, but I think she just wasn't ready to receive it below parallel. So I'd be curious to see if she opts for a squat clean on purpose on the next round to see if she can have a better clean after round 4.
Ariel Lowen, the good news for her, the past 2 runs, she has had the fastest time. She did the last one in 1 minute 10 seconds. Here comes Emma Carey, followed by Sam Briggs. Ariel Lowen and Ellie Turner, first 2 back, and first 2 to the 195-pound barbell.
Lowen had a little bit low receiving position with her elbows on the previous round. We'll see if she hits a more squat. Nope, that was much better.
No
this
problem.
Might have been a bad clean.
Now Emma Carey, who is in 3rd place in this heat. And Carey do a full squat, and she's going to hit it. Sydney Mikulishin closest to the camera is good. Sam Briggs is good at 195. Mackenzie Riley was also able to complete her lift. Ariel Lowen maintains her lead here. 7-minute time cap, and the time to beat is 6:25.72 seconds. 4 women in heat number 1 were able to get inside of that mark.
That was a much better clean for Ariel Lowen after round 4. Sometimes, listen, you're gonna hit a bar. You're hitting heavy bars at high intense heart rate and fatigue. You have to have all your ducks in a row technique-wise to make sure you have a clean rep.
Inside the Coliseum, Amelia Lepinen is still at the 195-pound barbell, and this crowd is trying to help her out as Ariel Lowen and Ellie Turner are back in. Lepinen thanking the crowd as she makes that lift. Ariel Lowen still in first place, less than a minute to go, and she heads to the final barbell. Oh, Lowen can't get under it. That'll open the door for Ellie Turner, and Ellie Turner is your new event leader. Emma Carey, Mikulishin, and Lowen all on the clean. Lowen's going to hit it, and now a race to the finish with Mikulishin. It looks like Lowen may have gotten the best of that. Mackenzie Riley is in. And now Emma Carey trying to finish up here.
Carey got spit out the back on the last clean. It just didn't look like she was set to receive that bar.
Carey struggling and not able to get it. And 10 seconds to go, she may not have enough in the tank. As meanwhile, Sam Briggs has hit her lift and she is in. And Briggs is pumped. Frantic finish to heat 2 as Emma Carey struggled through that final lift. Sam Briggs was able to hit it. But Ellie Turner is your new event leader at 6:21.99 seconds.
Now Lowen trying to hit that last bar. Had a good fourth one. And Lowen was just having, look, she was a much faster runner on the 200s. But this last one a little wide and just not set to receive that bar. So Turner wide as well, but she was able to stabilize underneath it to sneak in for that event heat win and event leader.
Halfway through, and it's Ellie Turner, who is now your new event leader at 6:21.99 seconds. Ariel Lowen hit that final barbell on her second attempt. Sydney Mikulishin is third, followed by Mackenzie Riley, and then Laura Clifton. And Sam Briggs was also able to get across the finish line as well, inside that 7-minute time cap. Third heat, 9 women in the field. Annie Thorisdottir, the 2-time fittest woman on earth, will be in lane 6, and she is also wearing Whoop, as we will be able to keep an eye on her heart rate.
I think this is a decent event for Annie Thorisdottir. I'm also looking at Turi Helgadottir as well. She's dabbled in she has a track background before she started getting into CrossFit. She's also a wonderful anaerobic blowout is not going to help you here. We saw that with Guilherme in the first heat on the men's side, but you actually have to be a good endurance base to be successful, coupled with the strength on the bar.
Saw Danielle Brandon taking the floor. She will be at the far end. Annie Thorisdottir will be right in the middle. Now, lane 9 was supposed to be Danny Spiegel. Now, she is not out on the competition floor. We saw her in the last event limping very badly. Annie Thorisdottir, meanwhile, comes into this event in 11th place overall, trying to punch into the top 10.
I do like this event for Annie, but it's creeping up that 136. Just you got those competition Coliseum jitters back.
Heat number 3 has begun. 6:21.99 seconds is the time to beat here in this event that has a 7-minute time cap. It's Danielle Brandon, who, if you watch the 550-yard run on day number 1, Danielle ran that with 3 other athletes. She was supposed to run it by herself because she is in the COVID protocol, has yet to test positive. But those 3 other athletes, Turi Helgadottir, Sam Briggs, and Laura Horvath, volunteered to run with her.
They did. Dave asked, does anybody want to run with Danielle Brandon? Sam was the first to raise her hand, followed by the other 2 athletes.
And here comes Danielle Brandon.
And Brandon got a huge cheer. I mean, look, the CrossFit community is well informed of what Danielle's having to deal with at the moment, being quarantined in each event.
Turi Helgadottir first to the barbell at 165, and she will be the first out. Followed by Annie Thorisdottir, and then Danielle Brandon right behind her.
Now Turi's on an outside lane, so she was at a disadvantage at the start, being behind the pack out the door, where Brandon was a much more advantage. His basically had clean run out the door, but Helgadottir, moving herself up into 3rd, has opened herself up to a nice clean run for the 2nd round.
She had one of the faster runs that we have seen on that opening round, did it in 54 seconds.
Helgadottir had a great start to the day, and she did that in heat 1, so now she's moved herself in the mix with these other heats.
Gabby Magala just ahead of Annie Thorisdottir, Jacqueline Dahlstrom, and then Emily Rolfe. Here comes Danielle Brandon. Just ahead.
Helgadottir's going to be first to the bar based off where she is on the floor.
Helgadottir makes the turn. Emma McQuaid makes the turn. Annie Thorisdottir is there with Helgadottir. Emily Rolfe, Danielle Brandon. And it's Annie Thorisdottir first done, followed by Emma McQuaid, Turi Helgadottir, Gabby Magala, and Danielle Brandon. Jacqueline Dahlstrom and Emily Rolfe just finishing.
And this is another event that has, we harken back to a level 1 or just the classic basis of what CrossFit is, and that's balance between technique and intensity. So do you want me to move fast or do you want me to move well? Well, the answer is yes to that. I want to do both, but look at Annie. She's at the same heart rate that she was before the event started. So look how calm she currently is in this event. And that's what you want to see, right? Technique, intensity, being calm under pressure. She's at the same heart rate she was before the event even started. That is dangerous if she can sustain this for the other athletes.
Annie Thorisdottir, her 11th career appearance at the CrossFit Games. Has competed in 3 decades in her career at the Games. Here comes Emma McQuaid, followed by Thorisdottir, who, it's great to see that smile back.
So Thorisdottir should get to her bar just ahead of McQuaid.
And Gabby Magala is there as well. Magala is in the middle of McQuaid and Thorisdottir. Turi Helgadottir has McQuaid and Thorisdottir about neck and neck with Gabby Magala right behind them, and it's Turi Helgadottir in 4th. Danielle Brandon is in 5th. Emily Rolfe is through, and Jacqueline Dahlstrom as well. Time to beat is 6:21.99 seconds. 7-minute time cap in this event.
That was a great round for McQuaid. She got to the bar at the same time as Annie, but she had about a 2-second lead on when she hit the lift versus what Annie did.
Emma McQuaid making her 3rd career appearance at the CrossFit Games. Her best finish was 19th in 2020. She started racing ATVs and 4-wheelers when she was 6 years old.
What? Tell me you're cool without telling me you're cool.
Here comes Gabby Magala, who is just ahead of Emma McQuaid, followed by Annie Thorisdottir. Ellie Turner is your event leader right now. Time to beat in the bottom left-hand part of your screen, as Magala will be the first to make the turn, followed closely by Thorisdottir and Emma McQuaid.
So we got 3 rounds, and now we get to the last 2. With the barbell weight's gonna make a difference.
195 on the bar, and no problem for Magala. Thorisdottir has done 2nd, followed by Emma McQuaid. Turi Helgadottir still in 4th. Closest to the camera, just completed her lift at 195. And now it's Danielle Brandon, Jacqueline Dahlstrom, and Emily Rolfe stepping up to the barbell together.
In this field of athletes, Magala is the strongest of the 9 that we have.
And all 3 of those athletes able to complete their lifts. Emily Rolfe had to bounce her way out of the bottom of a squat, but she does make it. But now Gabby Magala, who was right behind Laura Horvath in event number 5. Magala took 2nd in that event. She's now in 12th place overall. .21.99 seconds is the time to beat. 1 barbell remains at 205 pounds. Annie Thorisdottir still all smiles. And now Gabriella Magala trying to continue a really good day number 2 for her. Already has a 2nd place finish and looking to establish the new time to beat. 205 pounds between her and the top time. Emma McQuaid back to the barbell, and here comes Annie. And Gabriella Magala is in with plenty of time to spare. Emma McQuaid will take 2nd in the heat. She will have the 2nd best time. And now Annie Thorisdottir will hit 205, and the 2-time champ is in. Turi Helgadottir squat cleans 205. She will finish. Brandon, Rolfe, and Dahlstrom still on the floor. Brandon is in her lift. She was on the left side of your screen. Dahlstrom is in, and Emily Rolfe has failed. 10 seconds left for Emily Rolfe. And won't be able to make it. And she is the only woman in this 3rd heat not to get inside that 7-minute time cap. But it's Gabriella Magala, who already has a 2nd place finish under her belt in event number 5. Now the top time at 6:12.36 seconds. Emma McQuaid, 3 seconds behind her, and then Annie Thorsauter comes in at 6:25. Turi Helgadottir at 6:34, and then it's Danielle Brandon who will take 5th place in the heat.
McQuaid was leading early on Magala, but on the backside in that middle round, Magala made the pass on the run. And then a good setup here for that final bar. Still able to power clean that with relative ease. So that'd be a good confidence booster, not just to finish this event, but what we have looming coming up for event 7.
4th and final heat, the overall leaders on the floor. Tia Toomey with 482 points sits atop the overall leaderboard. Haley Adams able to cut into Toomey's lead in the last event, shaved 9 points off of it. Adams is now 48 points back, and she is wearing Whoop. We'll keep an eye on her heart rate. And there is Christy Aramo O'Connell. 4th overall after 5 events. Aramo O'Connell is 39 points back of Kristen Holta for 3rd place.
Just looking at this start list, and you can't really say who's going to do better clearly than the other because of the way this unfolds from round to round. And this is just a stacked heat of talent for an event like this. But how can you not pick Toomey?
Final heat is underway. 6:12.36 seconds is the time to beat.
When you look at the skill set of all these athletes that are in this heat, Brooke Wells, Horvath, Barnhart, Toomey, Katrin, they're all great aerobically, and they're some of the strongest athletes in the field, which is the perfect combination for event number 6, specifically because of the weights that we have on the bars.
Brooke Wells is out front on the run, but remember they do have to return to their lanes. Wells 10th place overall right now, finished 15th in event number 5, but before that she was 2nd and 4th.
Wells out early. And Wells is one of those athletes that she can ride the crowd in events like this.
She's at the far end of the floor, but it's Tia Toomey right along with Horvath and Wells to the barbell, and that may as well have been empty for those 3 athletes. Amanda Barnhart, who has gone toe-to-toe with Tia Toomey in a lifting event a couple of years ago here at the Coliseum.
And that was on a bum ankle. Now she's healthy, ready to compete. Level playing field.
Barnhart is in 7th place overall, took 11th place in the last event, and then she had her best finish in the competition in event 4 to close out day 1. She was 5th. Brooke Wells followed by Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath, who is the winner of the prior event in the North Part.
See, the better runners are going to make some moves here. That's when you see your Aramo O'Connells, your Holtas, and your Adams. But you need both.
Toomey's going to get back to her lane before Brooke Wells. With Toomey in the lead just ahead of Wells. Christy Aramo O'Connell is dead even with Brooke Wells. And Laura Horvath got to the barbell 3rd, but the 3 of them finished at the same time. The top 4, Toomey, Wells, Horvath, Aramo O'Connell, and Amanda Barnhart. And Kristen Holta just doing what she does, hanging out in the top 5 in this heat.
So our last round with a 200 is really going to be the toughest part of this couplet. As once we get past this 3rd bar, it's going to be more about the weight for the majority of these athletes, but not Tia and not Brooke.
7-minute time cap in the event. 6:12.36 seconds is the time to beat.
Look at Aramo O'Connell sneaking up into 3rd.
Christy Aramo O'Connell in 4th place right now, trying to cut into Kristen Holta's lead. Holta sits in 3rd place overall. Holta leads Aramo O'Connell by 39 points. Tia Toomey back in ahead of Brooke Wells. Toomey still in 1st place in this final heat. Christy Aramo O'Connell, though, making up some ground on the run. She has moved into 2nd place. Brooke Wells, far end of the floor, is in 3rd.
That was a great run for O'Connell. And a good clean.
Is through that. Brooke Wells, no problem. They are your top three. Laura Horvath looking to stay in fourth place. She is done. Holta and Barnhart done at the same time. Mal O'Brien closest to the camera hits her lift. Haley Adams is through. Catherine Davidsdottir and Emma Tall, the final two women to hit that 185-pound barbell.
Arama O'Connell made up a lot of distance on Tia Toomey on the previous round.
Now, Toomey's out front of everybody. Kristen Holta is leading Haley Adams. Kristen Holta just 12 points back of Adams for second place overall.
Now O'Connell, if she can get close to Toomey, should get to her bar first, although Toomey has the major strength advantage when it comes to the barbell.
And Toomey is in. Now, Chrissy Arama O'Connell will make the turn a couple of lanes earlier than Toomey. And there goes O'Connell down the floor. And they're now neck and neck. Arama O'Connell looking like she's going to get to the barbell at the exact same time as Tia Toomey, but Tia Toomey wasting no time on the barbell. Arama O'Connell almost into a full squat. Brooke Wells is in third, and now Kristen Holta just coming into view now on the barbell in the silver weightlifting belt, squat cleaning that weight. She is through. Now she is ahead of Haley Adams, who now just stepped into view. And as tight as this event is, as Haley Adams fails, you can make up a lot of points, as Mal O'Brien just got through. Haley Adams, Catherine Davidsdottir, and Emma Tall still at 195. Now Haley Adams is the only woman has yet to complete that lift, as Arama O'Connell trying to track down Tia Toomey. Adams will hit it.
Yeah, but that was a tough lift for Adams, even on the successful attempt.
Remember, only 12 points separate Haley Adams from Kristen Holta in the overall standings. Adams currently in second, Holta is in third.
Now you know Aramo's going to want to push the pace, but on this last bar, you cannot make a mistake with this last clean.
Time to beat will not last much longer. Arama O'Connell, same time as Toomey. Tia Toomey hits it. Tia Toomey, another win.
Ridiculous.
Arama O'Connell will take second. That is huge for her.
She didn't even hesitate to pick up that bar.
Brooke Wells has a chance to finish third in the event, because Gabriella Magala's time of 6:12 is now the third best. She can't hit the bar. Here comes Kristen Holta. Kristen Holta just laying in the weeds and striking at the end. Barnhart is in. Horvath is in. Now Brooke Wells has finished. Mal O'Brien stepping up to 2:05 at the bottom of your screen, and here comes Catherine Davidsdottir.
Now Mal has the strength.
No problem for the 17-year-old. And now Catherine Davidsdottir. Davidsdottir is struggling, won't be able to hit it. Haley Adams is back in. She's belting up. 20 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. This would be huge for Adams.
She also needs to be very careful.
10 seconds. Adams is good. Davidsdottir on the right of your screen will make it, but will not be able to get across the finish line. So damage control for Haley Adams right there, getting it inside the time cap.
And man, for careful, I was like, listen, it's the last rep prior to that was a little shaky. But that's good. I mean, that was great for Haley Adams, but Tia Toomey, and we thought we should do well, but what she did on that last barbell, where she was basically sprinting faster once she got into the Coliseum. And Tia just had that nice, steady pace. Good little neck and neck between her and Aramo. Now she got to the bar first after round 4, where Aramo had to opt for a squat clean. But just look at that, grab and go. She didn't even look for her hand. She just grabbed the bar. So we're just gonna power clean this to get this event over with. Thank you for the 100 points. Hugs, good job on second.
Kristen Holta is going to take third in that event. Haley Adams unofficially took 25th. Holta picks up 62 points and will most likely be in second place overall. Chrissy Arama O'Connell also with that second place finish leapfrogging Haley Adams in the overall standings. So Adams dropping outside of the top 3. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier with Tia Toomey.
It's always a fun race to watch when it's you and another athlete, but when you have someone like Christy O'Connell kind of barreling down your neck, how do you decide whether or not to stay in your own lane or change up your strategy in the process?
I think you have to adapt on the fly for sure, but I just knew that 205 was not going to be a super challenging weight, but it's also a weight that you can't second guess either. So as long as I didn't get the heart rate up too high, I knew I could go for it straight away, and the plan executed perfectly. And Christy was awesome at chasing me down.
The atmosphere here in the Coliseum is pretty darn electric right now. How much does that fire you up as you continue on these events?
Oh, it's because of you guys. We can dig that a little bit deeper, so keep on cheering, guys.
Thank you so much. Congrats.
Thank you.
Tia Toomey with another event win. Man, she looked like she was upset about losing 9 points in that last event. 582 points now to sit atop the overall leaderboard. Kristen Holta now moves into second, and it's Christy O'Connell who is in third. Haley Adams drops all the way down to 4th place.
But what about O'Connell and Holta sitting in second and third? Basically the American and Norwegian version of each other on the leaderboard. That was a huge event for them to boost themselves up into podium contention now.
39 points separating O'Connell from Amanda Barnard, who sits in 6th place. Great moments as always inside the Coliseum. And anytime you roll out the barbells, the fans are going to have a great time. Plenty more action to come on day 2 for the individuals at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. More barbells!
Heavier barbells!
The fun is not over. Oh no, we were just getting warmed up in event 6. It's men's event 7 of 15 now. And the weights are getting even bigger. Thank you so much for being here today, everybody. I hope you're enjoying this. It's been a lot of fun so far. Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram and Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. It was so much fun the first time. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
But bring out more plates.
It's right, and heavier plates. The last bar for the men was 315, and the first bar in event number 7 is 325. So this is going to just an extension of the clean ladder that we just did in event number 6.
Mike Arsenault is on the competition floor. He has more on event 7.
Guys, you mentioned the first 2 changes we're seeing from event 6 to event 7. Heavier barbells, a longer duration, an 8-minute time cap. The run is getting shorter, where behind me they had to run outside of the Coliseum around the grassy area. This time they're going to be running in front of the grassy area. We'll give them a little bit more time to attack these heavy barbells in event number 7.
I'll tell you what, that's a big change for these athletes.
Adrian Moonweiler is listed in this heat, but we are being told that he has withdrawn from the competition. That will leave the 7 men on the competition floor. Tim Paulson right now would be the last man inside the cut line. He sits in the 30th place. Overall, he'll be in lane number 8. First to 4 heats and already a much slower pace on that opening run.
3, 2, 1, slow. We're going to take it slow off the start because the barbells are super heavy. Starting at 325. Now, we saw a lot of athletes in the previous event. Right, this isn't like a two-parter. These are two completely separate tests, even though they're working within the same time frame. And those are some of the things you puzzle together. It's like, is every 7-minute event the same? Absolutely not. Right, we had a longer run, faster run, but lighter bars. Now we have a shorter run, slower run, and heavier bars, yet we'll still see the same time domains.
Colton Mertens will be the first man back to his barbell. He doesn't have far to go before he makes the turn. Yorius Karavis is behind him, followed by Alexander Caron, and then Zach Watts on the right side of your screen. 325 on the first barbell, and Watts will be the first man to go. Watts was squat cleaning, and Watts is in. Mertens dropping quickly underneath that barbell. His lift is good. Alexander Caron is good. Now Yorius Karavis on the left side of your screen cannot hit that. Tim Paulson struggling, but able to stand it up on the right. And Agustin Riquelme is running into some problems, as is Yorius Karavis. As Zach Watts is back out on the run.
Now, this is not the heaviest bar ladder that we've ever seen at the games. We saw one a little bit heavier, or just at, when we had the bar muscle up couplet of a ladder. But it was a bar muscle up coupled with a heavy clean. We're coupling it with basically what was a 1,000-meter, 80 to 90% maximum effort in the previous heat. Now we still keep the run, so the interference of the lower body is going to make it much more challenging for the cleans moving forward.
Zach Watts is your leader, moving up to 335 pounds. Colton Mertens, Alexander Caron are there as well. Roy Gamboa is still on the floor trying to go after 325 as Watts is done. Gamboa's on the right of your screen. Mertens and Caron. Mertens is good. And Alexander Caron hits his lift. 3 barbells remain. Tim Paulson chalking up his hands as he will move to 335. 8-minute time cap here. Paulson's heart rate at 158 beats per minute.
And that's part of making things, try to settle your heart rate down before you hit a near max effort lift.
And Tim Paulson will hit that.
And we heard Tia Toomey talking about that in the previous event, because having an elevated heart rate going into a maximum effort lift is one of those things that actually will make it much more challenging to do.
And Zach Watts is already back in. 340 pounds on the barbell. Watts in 35th place overall right now. That is good. Here comes Colton Mertens and Alexander Caron.
Mertens' last clean looked very good.
He will hit that. There's Alexander Caron.
Now, Sean, the one event that had the same weighted bar for cleans, we said earlier, was in 2017, was the muscle up clean ladder that topped out at 350 for the men. But the major difference, other than the run versus the bar muscle ups, is actually the short bar itself. Those were regular barbells back in 2017, and that makes a huge difference on the difficulty of the clean with a short bar.
Zach Watts back in, and he's moving up to 345. Tim Paulson is on 340. Watts' heart rate is up to 180 as Paulson sticks 340.
And that's about where you want to top out as far as your threshold's concerned.
No problem for Zach Watts. Again, 35th place overall right now. He has got to get himself inside the top 30 if he wants to move on at the end of the day. We are cutting down to 30 athletes after 9 events. Colton Mertens and Alexander Caron. Caron is good, and he will move into second place behind Watts. Colton Mertens, explosive out of the bottom.
And he did a lot of shifting around of the bar at the start, getting set, and it might be a confidence thing. And again, that's where an elevated heart rate comes into play, because it's going to disrupt your confidence. But that was one of Mertens' best lifts.
Zach Watts is still your leader. Moving up to 350. And he's asking for some help. Zach Watts across the finish line and sets the early time to beat, 5:47.76 seconds.
Man, I missed the Coliseum.
It is good to be back. Tim Paulson just hit 3:45. Here comes Alexander Caron. Caron looking to lock up second place in this heat. Plenty of time to go before we hit the 8-minute time cap. Caron at 350. Ooh. Now Colton Mertens moseying up to the barbell.
I said, having some confidence in yourself. And he's been doing this. He's been rolling the bar back and forth until he feels comfortable.
Mertens right to work.
Much better.
And Colton Mertens, picture perfect on that lift, and he is across. He'll take second in the heat, and it's Alexander Caron on his second attempt. Will hit 350. That's Agason Riquelme, who just hit the second to last bar at 345. Tim Paulson now. The former defenseman at Ithaca College. 17 goals, 18 assists, 46 penalty minutes in 55 games. I hate to have that guy put me into the boards.
Oh, it's the only guy to use his skate to try to kill a guy.
Paulson at 350.
Wow, come on!
And Paulson hits it. And Tim Paulson is across the finish line. And that will help his cause as he looks to stay inside the top 30. Tim Paulson's family is in the stands. He was giving them a wave. Talked to his dad, Jerry, earlier, and Jerry said Tim is feeling much better after dealing with those stomach issues that he had on Wednesday, and that's going to do it for heat number one. But Zach Watts, who's got to get himself inside the top 30, may have saved his best effort for event 7.
Man, Tim Paulson, he did about 3 reps worth of work within one single one. He's coming off out the bottom. It was a short pull and had a double bounce out of the bottom. But if you don't think these weights are heavy, that's a great perspective to see how hard and how heavy these bars are getting towards the end.
Zach Watts asking for help from the crowd. I don't think he needed it, though.
Yeah, but it's nice to have it, I tell you what. It's nice to have it. And it adds a little bit of pressure, right? You can't wave on the ground and go out there and miss it.
Well, Zach Watts was a guy at the semifinals who tried to snatch the 290 and missed it, and then said, well, I'm still going up to 300, and then was able to hit that at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. And his strength pays off here. 5:47.76 seconds. The only man to go sub 6. That's going to be a tough time to beat with 3 heats remaining. Second of 4 heats. 7 men. We've got 8 men on the competition floor, pardon me. And Jeffrey Adler, who did a great job in event 6, looks to follow that up with a strong performance here in event number 7. He will be wearing the Whoop strap. A little amped up now with the heart rate at 140.
Yeah, and he got a little 140 mixing between that low 130s. And for Adler, he knows the importance of this event for him and his skill set. The fact that we got heavy bars and a slower run, this is good for Jeffrey Adler.
Heat number 2 has begun. And it is Zach Watts who has the early top time, 5:47.76 seconds. Peyton Brown and Jason Hopper out front.
Adler he's starting pretty quick.
Well, he had some of the fastest paces that we saw in event number 6 on the run.
But here's the thing, it's because he can. The guy can lift the house. So use the run now to your advantage because you have a skill set that not a lot of other guys may have out here. And that's on the barbell.
Peyton Brown, first man back in, followed closely by Jeff Adler and Jason Hopper, pardon me. Adler, no problem. Peyton Brown hits that. Jason Hopper will be the third man to the barbell, followed by Crouch and Chandler Smith. Hopper hits his lift. Crouch and Smith are through. Brandon Luckett. Uldis Upnik's in the middle of your screen, and the black top will fail his first attempt. But Jeffrey Adler picking up right where he left off in event 6.
And he's the only athlete that's really using the run to his advantage on the time to have a faster pace than everybody else. And the only reason why he can do that is because his ability to move a barbell.
Heart rate up to 177 as we check in with his whoop numbers. And now 335 for Adler, the only man on that barbell. Barely looking like he's exerting himself. And he is way out in front as Peyton Brown now in the all black, now just getting to the 335-pound barbell.
So Brown had a little step forward on the previous one. Now he has 2 steps on this one, and that just means he's receiving that bar with it a little too far in front. Hopper, nice clean lift, not moving his feet when he's receiving that bar.
Well done with receiving, by the way. I'm sure Coach B is going to be very happy with that.
I'm hoping so, because I've got permanently scarred by the tongue lashing I got from Coach B back at the Road Invitational back in last October.
Adler continues to lead, and once again it's a battle between him and Peyton Brown for the top spot in this heat. 5:47.76 seconds is the time to beat. And Adler continues to have a very fast pace on the run. 47 seconds on the first one, 50 seconds on the second, now 55 on the third. And 340 is in the bag, no problem, as Peyton Brown is just making the turn up to his lane to get to that barbell.
Now we start creeping to 340. We're approaching the upper echelon of some of these guys' max lifts. Now Hopper above him in the gray had a better lift at the previous bar. We see Brown taking 1 step back to make sure he's got everything set for this clean.
Jason Hopper will move into second ahead of Peyton Brown, but there's a good chance that they might pass Jeff Adler here at the entrance. And there it is.
Wow. And we haven't seen too much difference in effort for Adler for the first 3 bars.
Adler to 345 as the heart rate goes up to 186.
And that's right about a threshold level that you can sustain.
And still no problem.
And this is one of the things we talked about earlier with body language, right? Heart rate is one of the things you look at based off what the stress level they're going through, how they're handling the fatigue, right? They're not the same thing. Jeff could just be pumped of where he is at this point in time in the event, because he looks like he's just getting stronger as the bars get heavier.
This is the fight for second place in the heat. Jason Hopper is battling with Peyton Brown, who's on the right of your screen in the all black, and Hopper's gonna miss 345 on his first attempt and go right back to it.
I would have waited at least a second or 2 there.
Hopper will hit that,
but then again,
Adler just came back in the stadium.
That's why I'm not here competing.
Adler to the final barbell and looking to smash Zach Watts' time. And Jeff Adler just demolishing the top time, 4:59.78 seconds.
Those lifts got better and better as they got heavier.
This is what's great for Adler. Coming into this event, 21st overall. He's looking to move inside the top 20. We will end with 20 athletes on Sunday. There is another cut after tonight. He is doing a lot of really great work right now.
We said 2 good events for Adler with 6 and 7, but with 8 looming, which is a drastically different event in that handstand walk course.
Here comes Jason Hopper now.
Now Hopper missed the first rep because he didn't have his technique dialed in.
350 for Hopper.
Much better.
And Hopper is in. And the rookie needed that.
He did. He definitely needed that after what happened earlier this morning.
Baden Brown is across. Here come Chandler Smith, Brandon Luckett, and Jay Crouch. Ludus Upniks is the man who's still lifting at 340, just failed that lift. Chandler Smith belting up, and this place is gonna go crazy when he hits this. Great lift for Chandler Smith, and he is in. Brandon Luckett is across the finish line. Now Jake Crouch is through. Still more than a minute to go before we hit the 8-minute time cap. And Lukas Jukic is the man in the white shirt on the left side of your screen. He has been unable to get past the first barbell here. Ludus Upniks is the other man still on the floor, and he is at 340. 8-minute time cap. And now 30 seconds to go.
No better position to be in to try to hit this bar.
Let's see if the crowd can help Ludus Upniks. And he almost had it, just wasn't able to stand it up. 10 seconds to go. Jeffrey Adler, you almost think he skipped around. 4:59.78 seconds with 2 heats remaining.
Hey, Hopper, good work. Sign this hat,
That is going to be a very challenging time to beat.
And he looked exactly the same on almost every barbell here.
He never hesitated, and that's going to be the big difference for the athletes in the next 2 heats, is that Adler's biggest speed pace was his speed to grab the bar and start the lift each time he walked up to it.
Top 5 out of heat number 2, Jeffrey Adler goes sub 5. Jason Hopper sneaks in inside the 6-minute mark. Baden Brown at 6:04, followed by Chandler Smith, and then Brandon Luckett. 2 heats remain here for the men in event number 7. Nine men in this 3rd heat. Royce Dunn and Jason Smith, 2 of the bigger athletes in the field. Looking to make some noise here with the heavyweights. Noah Olson has the whoop strap. We'll be keeping an eye on his heart rate. And Olson right now 16th place overall. Bit of a surprise for an athlete who has podium aspirations coming into this year.
Yeah, well, he's had a taste of the podium in the past before. The last time we were competing here in Madison, Wisconsin. But nothing's really clicked yet. He hasn't hit anything spectacular. He's just flying under the radar.
Stand by.
Heat number 3 underway. Time to beat 4:59.78 seconds. Jason Smith followed by Guy Majeros, Royce Dunn, Travis Mayer, and Alex Vino.
Now this is where you're going to see Majeros make take more advantage of his skill set as having the strongest listed clean and jerk in the men's field, because with a shorter run and much heavier bars. The other event was a sprint event on the 200-meter course. This is all about the barbell.
Majeros and Travis Mayer to the barbell at the exact same time. They will both hit that. Mayer having a little more trouble than Majeros. Jason Smith misses. Royce Dunn will hit his lift. Alex Vino is going to hit his lift, and it's Noah Olson at 163 up to the barbell, and he is good.
Nice steady calm pace. You can see the heart rate spike about 10 to 15 beats per minute because of the weight on the bar and the stress it puts on the body.
Will Morad and Cole Sager just hit their opening lifts. Sam Cornway is through, and that's Jason Smith, who is stuck at 325, as Guy Majeros and Travis Mayer are on their second runs, along with Royce Dunn and Alex Vino.
Now, Mayer had a good event 6 with the lighter bars and the longer run. He had a little bit of a shaky clean there on the first one, but some of that's just a product of sitting in the corrals and waiting to come back to these barbells.
Here's Guy Majeros, the 21-year-old out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Already has an event win under his belt here at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games, and no problem at 3:35. There's Travis Mayer.
There you go.
There you go. And Royce Dunn down to the barbell. Vino closest to the camera. Jason Smith, meanwhile, just got through 325. Here's Noah Olson.
Same, about the same pace he had, so he calmed himself down on the run.
Olson is through. Sager, Morad, and Cornway are just back in, and they're taking their time getting back to the 335-pound barbells. Guy Majeros is threatening to lap them. He is now back inside the Coliseum, trying to chase down Jeff Adler's top time of 4:59.78 seconds.
What he's going to have to do is not necessarily the run or the clean, but how quickly he starts the clean. Hand on and go is what Adler did. Majeros doing the same. And as far as the way the clean looked, Majeros' cleans do look a little bit better than Adler's. But the question is how fast is he running?
Travis Mayer is through. Alex Vino is through. Guy Majeros' 3 runs so far, 40 seconds, 48 seconds, and 50 seconds on that last round. Royce Dunn hitting 340.
In the end of this round, Adler, who was at 4:59 in total, that's a minute per round pace. So Majeros, if he wants an opportunity, he's gonna have to get it within about 3:45 because the run's getting longer each round.
Majeros makes the turn and trips over his barbell. You do have to go over your barbells as you move up and down the lane. Now 3:45 for Majeros.
And 3:45 on the clock, and that's what we said. He's in striking distance.
Looking for his second event win of the CrossFit Games. He won event 3 on Wednesday, the 550-yard run. Travis Mayer missed 3:45. Alex Vino's gonna hit it. Vino now in second place. But Guy Majeros is leaving everybody way behind him. 4:59.78 seconds is the time to beat. Guy Majeros is making a run at that.
He's got time. He's got
one barbell remains.
But he's got one shot. You gotta hit it. You gotta hit it. Boy, he's looking up at the clock. He knows exactly what he's trying to do.
This for the event lead. And it is good for Majeros, and we have a new event leader. 4:51.61 seconds from the young man from Brazil. And you can hear him cheering from South America. What an effort. Now Alex Vino trying to lock up second place in the heat. Jeff Adler now has the second best time.
Nice.
Vino is through. Now Vino will be in third in the event right now with 1 heat to go. Here's Royce Dunn, next man up to 350. And the big man from Australia will hit that as Cole Sager just hit 345. 8-minute time cap. Sager still has plenty of time here to get through this. Will Morad and Travis Mayer working their way back in. They still have 1 barbell to go. As Jason Smith, who got hung up on the first barbell. And now Noah Olson. With 1 barbell remaining. One of the most popular athletes here in the field. Travis Mayer. The 2 of them are training partners. Mayer is working his way to the barbell. Here's Noah Olson at 350.
Yes.
And he will make it. Noah Olson across.
He got under that bar so fast.
Travis Mayer, the only man at the 350-pound barbell right now.
Mayer had a lot of misses on the previous bar that will take its toll.
And the father of 4 has it, and he is across. Less than a minute to go. Sam Cournoyer up to 350. Cole Sager is getting set as well. Cournoyer is in as Sager addresses the barbell.
Now Sager's problem is he's trying to get the bar back, but that's not how you get the bar in the receiving position appropriately. It's more up and more vertical than you think. When you jump backwards and pull the elbows back, it's going to shoot you out the bottom like that.
Sager trying to fight his way through and won't be able to make it. 15 seconds left. Noah Olson trying to get the crowd behind Cole Sager, but Sager's running out of time quickly here. 5 seconds to go. Guy Majeros is now your event leader as he edges Jeff Adler by 8 seconds.
Beijo mãe, beijo pai, beijo Lu, amo vocês. Beijo Henrique, beijo todo mundo.
I don't know what he said, but I love it. I tell you what, I do love it because we have been waiting, right? The Latin American community in CrossFit has been exploding on the affiliate level, but to have some representation here at the CrossFit Games at the most elite level should be that catalyst to spark a new evolution of Latin American athletes, both on the men and the women's side, to be more prominent here on the main floor here in Madison, Wisconsin.
Guy Majeros just blowing the roof off this place with that lift. 10th overall coming to this event. And you talk about a great thing for the South American CrossFit community. Getting an athlete inside the top 10 would be gigantic. Guy Majeros, 4:51.61 seconds. Alex Vino, the next closest man to him at 4:23.83. 4th and final heat. Overall leaders right in the middle of the floor. Brent Fikowski trying to hold off Justin Medeiros for the overall lead. Fikowski is just 6 points up on Medeiros, and it's Pat Vellner who continues to just pick off people in front of him. Vellner has moved into 3rd, and it's Saxon Panchik who sits in 4th place. He's 11 points back of Pat Vellner for that final podium spot.
And he had a great event 6. I don't think people really understand how strong Saxon Panchik is.
Here we go, final heat, 4:51.61 the time to beat.
This is a very important event for Brent Fikowski. This is, I don't want to say damage control. But we're flirting with that upper line of where his limit is as far as a clean is concerned, right? He's got wonderful technique and good strength, but what we've seen so far is what he's trying to do is not lose points to other athletes that are trying to chase him down. The problem is the ones that are running him down, on paper, are better at this event than he is.
Andre Uday, the first man in, and he's sort of this year's Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson. The guy's sitting in 9th place, he's a rookie. And Uday will be the first man to the barbell. And he will hit that as Scott and Saxon Panchik on the right side of your screen are synchronized. Justin Medeiros and Pat Vellner. Vellner's struggling a little bit. Medeiros is through first. And Brent Fikowski right behind him. But Scott Panchik, who's just gotten through that knee injury, staying towards the front of this heat as Andre Uday makes the turn.
What we saw with Scott is the way this injury is really working for him at the moment is that it's in impact things that are going to bother it the most. The sprint yesterday that we saw on the North Park field, but then he comes out and wins a heavy thruster event. So what his issue is dealing with the impact of the run, but if he can be in good positions on the clean, he's still very dangerous on a heavy bar, even though he's dealing with that knee injury.
Andre Uday making the turn. He'll be the first man ahead of Saxon Panchik to get to the 335-pound barbell. Justin Medeiros now stepping up as both Uday and Panchik are good. Scott Panchik hits his. Medeiros will be through his lift before either Fikowski or Vellner get to the barbell. Medeiros is only trying to make up 6 points on Fikowski for the overall lead.
Vellner looked much better on that lift than he did in lift 1, but we've seen that so far. Being the first bar, a heavy bar, heavier than what they ended with in event number 6.
And this is how close it is. Brent Fikowski just 6 points up on Justin Medeiros for that overall lead. Pat Vellner has been steadily moving up the leaderboard. He now sits in 3rd, but only 11 points up on Saxon Panchik. And Saxon can make up that deficit in this event.
And 6 points is just the difference between 2 places on the leaderboard. Saxon moving up ahead on that last run.
And he is walking up to the 340-pound barbell. He gets there just ahead of Andre Uday and gets right to work. Saxon's lift is good, and he is your new leader.
He's looking better.
The time to beat, 4:51.61. Uday is good. Justin Medeiros is good as Scott Panchik fails his lift. Now here comes Pat Vellner. And behind him is Brent Fikowski. Vellner at 340 is good.
Vellner's getting better every barbell.
Brent Fikowski will hit that.
That was his best lift. He was shaky on the first 2 sets.
But Saxon Panchik, again, just 11 points back of Pat Vellner for 3rd place. Guy Majeros at 4:51.61 seconds, and there's less than a minute to go before we hit that time.
Yeah, we ain't touching that time. No, nobody's touching that time in this heat.
So Guy Majeros might be able to start celebrating his 2nd event win here at the CrossFit Games. But there is still the battle for the podium and the top spot on the line here in heat number 4. Saxon Panchik up to 3:45.
Medeiros is creeping up on his left.
Saxon will hit that. Here comes Justin Medeiros. He is in the middle of your screen, middle right. No problem for him. Andre Uday on the left side. He will hit that. Pat Vellner is ahead of Brent Fikowski. Here comes Scott Panchik as well. Pat Vellner, bottom right, hits 3:45. Brent Fikowski and Scott Panchik now to 3:45. Both of them will stand that up. Saxon Panchik, your leader. Guy Majeros officially wins his second event of the CrossFit Games. Here comes Saxon Panchik looking to win the heat. And he has a shot if he hurries at 4th place in the event. 5:37.32 seconds is the 4th best time. Royce Dunn looks like he's going to hang on to that, which means Zach Watts' time of 5:47 in 5th place is where Saxon is looking to land. And Saxon will hit that. And the younger Panchik shining inside the Coliseum. And looking to get himself into the top 3. Justin Medeiros is in, and he may be your new leader. Here comes Pat Vellner.
There's 3 points Medeiros needs.
Andre Uday helping out Medeiros. Medeiros right now 7th place in the event. Pat Vellner, he is through. Vellner makes it on top of the finish podium. Vellner will take 11th.
And there's 6 points Medeiros needed on Fikowski.
But Brent Fikowski trying to stay inside the top 3. He will make 350. He is up. And Brent Fikowski will take 13th in event 7. That is a difference of 36 points.
Wow.
Justin Medeiros unofficially will be your new overall leader, so Fikowski might want to cut the sleeves off of that leader's jersey and just hand it to Medeiros to go with that sweet mullet.
Now, the thing with Fikowski is, yes, he lost the points at potentially the top position, but he was not upset with his performance, knowing that this is not going to be an event that's good for him.
Jordan Carl Gudmundsson is in. Gudmundsson, that will be 23rd in the event. And now Jonakoski is across. Less than 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. And it's Lazar Jukic, who is the last man on the floor. He and his brother both competing here at the CrossFit Games, like Scott and Saxon Panchik. And Jukic drawing on the energy from the crowd, and he is in. Every man in the final heat gets in inside that 8-minute time cap, and it's Justin Medeiros and Saxon Panchik who steal the show. Saxon Panchik will take a 5th place as he will move ahead, most likely of Pat Vellner for 3rd place. Overall, Justin Medeiros will be your new overall leader, and Brent Fikowski probably will drop to 2nd.
Saxon Panchik, every single bar looked better and better. And he looked no hesitation going into the 350. Getting to competing alongside your brother for the last time here on the competition floor. Almost seeing the torch getting handed off from Scott to Saxon.
Guy Majeros, 4:51.61 seconds, picks up his 2nd event win. Edges out Jeff Adler. They're the only 2 athletes to go sub-5, and it's Justin Medeiros with that 7th place finish who may have overtaken the overall lead unofficially. But officially, let's go down to Mike Arsenault, who's with Guy Majeros.
Guy, you were 10th coming into this event. 1st place on event number 7. You won by almost 1 minute, so you're in single digits now through this competition. What was it like competing in front of the crowd in the Coliseum?
Man, it's my 2nd time competing here at the Coliseum. The first one was event 4 that I didn't do good, but this one was amazing. I knew that it would be a good workout for me, but with this amazing energy, everyone just cheering and yelling, I just did my job. They helped me a lot. And I'm just grateful for God and all that stuff. It's very good to be here.
You have 2 event wins through 7 events. We have a couple more events to go for today, and then, of course, the rest of the weekend. What has been the most enjoyable experience for you here at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games?
Like, I have been here in 2017 as a teenager, then I took second, and then 2019, I went here again. But like, I got the cut in the third event. It wasn't good. In 2020, I qualified again, but I didn't make it. So this one is my first games, like real games, you know? So, thank you.
Guy, thank you very much. You've made a lot of new fans here so far today, and best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you a lot. I'm not here to play, I'm here to compete. Thank you, guys.
Well, Brazil, you may have a contender on your hands. 7th overall is Guy Majeros. Justin Medeiros is your new leader. 571 points. Brent Fikowski drops to 2nd at 559. Saxon Panchik leapfrogs Pat Vellner, who drops back down to 4th, but only 7 points back of Saxon Panchik. 3 Canadians inside the top 5 as Alex Vigneault sits in 5th. Women's Event 7 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It has been a blast so far inside the Coliseum here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. The fans loving these events that we have been watching for the past hour or so. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland, Chase Ingram, and Nikki Fraser down on the competition floor. The test, much different, even though the structure's the same.
Oh, it looks the same. 200-meter run-ish, one clean, a little bit heavier, but it's a completely different event than what we saw in event number 6.
First of 4 heats for the women, and it was Jessica Griffith who in event 6 had the fastest time among this group.
Stand by.
First of 4 heats in event number 7 for the women. 15 total events that they will face here at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
Now, one of the big changes here on event number 7 versus event number 6, other than the weight itself, is the distance on the run has been significantly reduced. So that's going to allow more of an emphasis on the heavy weights and not so much getting taxed on the speed at which they had to run in event number 6.
Carolyn Connors, followed by Sasha Nieves and Alessandra Pacelli. Jessica Griffith, Carolyn Prevost and Reagan Huckabee, Michelle Bassett and Sung Young Choi now. 210 on the barbell. Sasha Nieves done first, followed by Pacelli and Jessica Griffith. Reagan Huckabee, and here comes Carolyn Prevost. Sung-Young Choi completed her lift, as did Michelle Basnet and Carolyn Connors. So everybody threw the 215-pound barbell.
And that's the big difference on the run from event 6 is they had to run around basically that green island in event number 6, so almost cutting the distance in half.
8-minute time cap, just like the men here in event 7. Sasha Nieves ahead of Alessandra Pacelli. Reagan Huckabee and Jessica Griffith. And here comes Carolyn Prevost back for her second lift. Alessandra Pacelli first to the barbell. Whoa, Pacelli.
That bar is way out in front. She rushed that a little bit too much. She's got to keep that bar way closer to the middle of that lift.
Sasha Nieves was able to make her lift. Jessica Griffith in the middle of your floor in the black top, now just squat cleaning that way. Missed her first attempt. And mentioned earlier, she was the fastest in this heat in event 6. It is the same structure, but this just shows it is a much different test now.
Yes, but she ran fast and she power cleaned all of her bars in the previous heat. Jessica Griffith did, including the last bar, which was at 205. The first bar is only 5 pounds heavier than that, and the bar that they just hit is 10. A difference of 10 pounds, yet you almost missed your squat clean when you power cleaned every bar with a harder run, and that might speak to more of her recovery in between the last two, between event 6 and event 7.
Sasha Nieves, the first woman back inside the Coliseum, followed by Reagan Huckabee and Alessandra Pacelli. And it's going to be Reagan Huckabee first to the 220-pound bar. Huckabee on the right side of your screen in the white top. Her lift is good. Nieves is good. Now Alessandra Pacelli. She will stand that up. Carolyn Prevost in the middle in the black top. She hits 220, and Jessica Griffith right next to her, tightening her belt. Here's her attempt at 220.
That's better. That's better for Griffith.
Sung-Young Choi on the right will make that. Michelle Basnet in the middle can't hit that, but Carolyn Connors is successful on her lift. And she will return to the run course. 2 barbells remain. Reagan Huckabee, Sasha Nieves, and Alessandra Pacelli, the first 3 women back in, as they head to the 225-pound barbell.
When you look at their listed clean and jerk max, Huckabee actually has the second heaviest to Sasha Nieves.
Reagan Huckabee on the right, Pacelli and Nieves on the left. Huckabee is good, Pacelli is good, and Nieves will make it 3 for 3.
And as you mentioned that, it's one thing to be strong on a platform with a bar, calm and collected. It's another to be under duress, high heart rate, and fatigue, being what we just went through in event number 6 maybe an hour ago.
Alessandra Pacelli comes into this event now on the right side of the cut line, 28th place overall. We cut to 30 athletes after 9 events.
Talk about Pacelli missing the bar at 215 earlier, and it was purely due to a technical deficiency that she's definitely shored up over the last 2 barbells.
Reagan Huckabee close behind Alessandra Pacelli. Pacelli the first to make the turn. And now to the final barbell at 230 pounds. Nieves and Prevost making their way back.
There we go.
Pacelli's gonna hit that, and she will take the heat. Reagan Huckabee comes in second place. Carolyn Prevost, she will take third. And Sasha Nieves misses for the first time in this heat.
And this is the beauty of the test. We are absolutely testing strength here, but we have to do it when you have an anaerobic component coupled with it.
Sung-Young Choi is on the right, Sasha Nieves is on the left. Choi unable to hang on to it, Nieves does, and Sasha Nieves in. Fourth place in the heat for her at 6:27.86 seconds. Carolyn Connors is in. Jessica Griffith at 2:30. Sung-Young Choi just can't stand it up. Michelle Basnet will. And that leaves Sung-Young Choi with more than a minute to try and lift 230 pounds.
She gets in a great position at the bottom of the clean. Her technique through the lift isn't an issue. Her positioning isn't an issue. The only thing I saw was that her knees caving in at the bottom.
One more attempt here. And Sung-Young Choi is across. And that has got to be a great feeling for Sung-Young Choi experiencing this atmosphere on this stage. But Alessandra Pacelli right now with the top time with 3 heats remaining, 5 minutes, 50.33 seconds. But Madison Magic, it does exist.
It does exist. There's nothing like the competition floor to get you over those humps and hurdles. It always looks easier from the 30,000-foot view.
Great moment for Sung-Young Choi to get it inside the time cap. But Alessandra Pacelli, who's looking to keep herself inside the top 30.
And what an adjustment she had from bar 2 to the 5th bar. You miss 215 and then you go out there and nail 230.
Alessandra Pacelli by 2 seconds over Reagan Huckabee. Carolyn Prevost will finish in third as the medical team is helping Sasha Nieves off of the competition floor. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Sasha Nieves, who was out front early, being assisted by the medical team and holding her right arm below her shoulder there. And we'll keep an eye on that. That's unfortunate for Sasha Nieves. Hope that she's all right. Ready for heat 2. 9 athletes here, including Emma Carey, the youngest competitor in the field. She has the Whoop strap. We'll be able to monitor her heart rate. And we also have the oldest woman in the field in this heat, and former champion Samantha Briggs. 141 the heart rate for Emma Carey right now.
And that's nerves, because this is going to be her toughest test of the weekend up to this point, as those last barbells in the previous one were heavy enough. Now the lightest bar is heavier than any 5 we had in event 6.
Second of 4 heats, time to beat belongs to Alessandra Pacelli, 550.33 seconds. 210 pounds on the opening barbell.
Ellie Turner and Laura Clifton have the ability to get through this ladder based off their previous listed max lifts. Ariel Lowen had a decent showing in event 6 as well, but with a lighter barbell. We just saw the difference between 2 events with someone like Jessica Griffith. Ran through every bar in event 6 with easy power cleans and got near last in event 7 with this heavier weight.
When Clifton and Turner make the turn, Sydney Mikulishin will be the first woman to step up. On the right of your screen to 210. And Mikulishin will hit that. Laura Clifton and Ellie Turner are good, and here's Emma Carey at 157 on the heart rate. As Mackenzie Riley and Ariel Lowen make their lifts. And Emma Carey makes that first lift.
Got that first one in.
There's Bailey Rail. Every athlete gets through that first 210-pound barbell. 4 bars remain, 215 the next lift. And here's Sam Briggs. I spoke too soon. She has not made it through the 210-pound bar.
And Briggs powered every bar in event 7. It finished at 205. This is 210.
Sydney Mikulishin is back inside, looking to maintain her lead. And Sam Briggs might get hung up here on the first barbell as Mikulishin, Clifton and Turner. Mikulishin on the right, Clifton and Turner on the left. Mikulishin is good at 215. Clifton is through.
Both those lifts look very good.
And Ellie Turner is good.
Little out in front that will probably get exposed as we add some weight.
Mackenzie Riley just hit 215 as Emma Carey, with her heart rate at 181 beats per minute, steps up to 215. And that,
wow. Okay. Where's that been for 7 lifts?
That looked great for Emma Carey. Time to beat again belongs to Alessandra Bocelli. 5 minutes, 50.33 seconds, an 8-minute time cap on this event. Ellie Turner and Ariel Lowen chasing down Laura Clifton and Sydney Mikulishin. Mikulishin heading back to the barbell. Now 220 pounds on the bar. Ellie Turner and Ariel Lowen now back for their third lift. Clifton on the left, Mikulishin on the right, and they stay perfect.
What's good is nothing has really changed as far as technique for both of those athletes, including speed out of the bottom of the hole of that lift.
Ariel Lowen and Ellie Turner are through. Ariel Lowen and Ellie Turner just leaving view as they ran across the floor. Mackenzie Riley in the gray tank top. Mom strength. Now Emma Carey.
There we go.
And
there we go.
Looking really good here.
She's figured something out, and what that is that in the previous weight, she was trying to double bounce out of the bottom of her clean, whereas the last bar previous to what she just did, she came right out of the bottom, right out of the hole without that bounce, and that's making it much easier for Emma Carey.
Mikulishin and Clifton back to the barbell. Clifton's on the left, Mikulishin's on the right. Clifton, no problem. And Mikulishin is good. The cheer you hear is for Samantha Briggs, who is still struggling at 210, but thanks to the crowd for the help regardless. And now here comes Mackenzie Riley back in as Ellie Turner is on. The 225-pound bar, she will make that. Ariel Lowen is good as well. And Ariel Lowen is jubilant after every lift.
She's also juiced. She's basically sprinting out of the Coliseum. She was so amped that she got that lift.
Your leaders are Sydney Mikulishin and Laura Clifton. They just are now coming back inside the Coliseum. That's Bailey Rail next to Laura Clifton. So Clifton now in the lead, and we have 20 seconds to go before we hit Alessandra Bocelli's time to beat. Clifton making the turn, as is Mikulishin. So the two of them should get to the barbell about the same time. Alessandra Bocelli's going to keep the top time. Final barbell for Clifton and Mikulishin. Clifton is through, and she will take the second heat. Sydney Mikulishin, that will count, and she is across the finish line. Ariel Lowen and Ellie Turner will be the next two women on the barbell. Ariel Lowen is just on the right side of your screen. And Ellie Turner on the left, and it's going to be Turner to go first. And that is good for Turner. Now Ariel Lowen.
Oh, nice.
And that is good for Ariel Lowen. And a great celebration from Ariel Lowen. And gets a hug from Ellie Turner in the process. Now Emma Carey at 2:30.
Okay.
Wow.
Good for her.
Everything was good with the dismount.
I tell you
she's
what,
in.
That's just paying your CrossFit Games dues. Who hasn't tripped over a barbell during a clean ladder?
Great effort from Emma Carey.
Those lifts all looked better than event number 6 did.
I thought she was in trouble after that first one. But wow, what a recovery and what a performance as Sam Briggs.
Come on, Sam. The last clean pinned her at the bottom, but she wasn't able to stabilize her core. It kind of smushed her at the end. So if she can keep a big chest at the receding position of this, she may have a shot to stand up with it.
Just cannot get underneath it. But this crowd loves Samantha Briggs. 5 seconds ago, and it's Mackenzie Riley who's on the last barbell and won't be able to hit it. Laura Clifton takes the heat. 6:01.08 seconds, but it's Alessandra Pacelli who still has the top time at 5:50.33 seconds. Sydney Mikulishin, 6 seconds behind Clifton. Ellie Turner will finish in third. Ariel Lowen also goes sub-7, and it's Emma Carey at 7:06.
Clifton setting up for that final bar. Going back and forth with Mikulishin. A nice, good upright position, a little wide on the feet. But again, no style points here at the CrossFit Games. Get the work done and get it done as fast as you can.
Heat number 3 up next. Gabriella Magala was the woman who beat this group in event number 6. See if she can repeat that performance here.
And I think this is going to be a good setup for Magala coming in, because she had great runs and great cleans, and now we have shorter runs and heavier cleans, but she is a very good lifter when it comes to this specific movement. Now, Annie Thorstadter, I think the runs hurt her cleans on the last one. She was trying to power a lot, but maybe too fatigued for the 200. So I'd be curious to see how the heavier weight plays a factor for Annie. Definitely has the ability to handle that, sitting around that 130, and that's not, some of that, honestly, some of that is just fatigue from the day.
Yeah.
Right? The more fatigue you get, your resting heart rate elevates as we get more fatigued across the weekend. Because she sure doesn't look nervous. She's just sitting there nice and calm.
Third of 4 heats has started. And everyone's still chasing Alessandra Pacelli's mark of 5 minutes, 50.33 seconds. And it's Gabriella Magala who moves out front on this initial run. Magala, though, is past the halfway point on the floor, so she has a longer return trip when she makes her way back inside the Coliseum.
Remember that Pacelli did that with a missed lift on the second bar. Still had the best time.
Gabriella Magala, who comes into this event in 8th place overall. Back-to-back finishes inside the top 6. 6th in event 6, 2nd in event 5.
Very smooth.
And she is your leader after the first barbell. Emma McQuaid, Jacqueline Dahlstrom, and Annie Thorsdotter behind her. Turi Helgadottir, the bottom left of your screen, will make that. And Danielle Brandon now stepping up to 210.
And you're right, Sean. What a great start to day number 2 for Gabriela Magala.
Magala has just been rocketing up the leaderboard. 15th at the end of day 1, 12th after event 5, 8th after event 6. Emily Rolfe just cleared 210.
And that's good for Rolfe because she couldn't even clean the last bar in event number 6, and that was lighter.
Gabriela Magala to 215. Not much to complain about there.
No, and look how effortless it looked, not just with her body position, but with her body language. Just a nice, calm face showing that there is no stress with that weight.
Jacqueline Dahlstrom, Annie Thorsdotter, and Emma McQuaid, 3 Europeans all on the barbell. Dahlstrom the only one not to make her first lift on that. Second attempt for Dahlstrom. Makes that one count as Turi Helgadottir hits her lift, and Danielle Brandon is through. Gabriela Magala already back inside the Coliseum and heading towards her 3rd barbell. 220 now for Magala. Jeez, that's still no problem. Gabriela Magala in her 4th career CrossFit Games, is 18th in 2020, as Annie Thorsdotter and Emma McQuaid will be next up at 220.
Oh, that's good.
No problem.
Still powering it.
Now Annie Thorsdotter.
Better lift. That was much better. On the previous one, Annie's elbows were a little slow around, and a lot of times that's a product of over-pulling with the upper body when your legs, hips, and shoulders should be doing the work to get the bar up to the shoulders.
Gabriela Magala is already back inside the Coliseum, as Jacqueline Dahlstrom and Turi Helgadottir are at 220. Annie Thorsdotter out on her run. When she comes back, she'll approach the 225-pound bar. Here's Gabriela Magala, who is making a legitimate run at the time to beat right now. She has 1 barbell remaining. 5:50.33 is the time to beat.
Was the time to beat. I don't want to call it too soon, but Gabriela Magala looks like she's out there warming up for event 8 that she thinks might be another clean ladder.
Gabriela Magala at a C23 CrossFit.
Look how relaxed she is. Look how relaxed her face is. She's just jogging around the course, breathing freely. She's not forcing a calm breath. She just has a calm breath.
She is, I think, past just about everybody that's out there. And Gabriela Magala.
Annie Thorsdotter is getting better and better on her bar. She's still behind Emma McQuaid, but just watch Magala's face as she works through this final bar.
This is for the event lead.
Just whatever.
And Gabriela Magala is having herself a day.
She's gonna hit this bar. No problem.
5:13.84 seconds for Gabriela Magala, who is looking to continue to work her way up the leaderboard. Annie Thorsdotter continuing to smile here in her 11th career CrossFit Games appearance. And here comes Emma McQuaid, who is trying to finish 2nd in this heat. Alessandra Patelli's time will now be the 2nd best mark that we have seen. And here comes Annie Thorsdotter. Annie Thorisdottir looking to put some pressure now on Emma McQuaid for second place in this heat.
Now McQuaid had power cleaned longer than Annie did. Annie's been opting for that squat clean since the start. But Annie's reps have been looking better and better as the weight's been going up.
McQuaid power cleans it. Thorisdottir will squat clean it. McQuaid is in, and Annie Thorisdottir, the two-time champ and crowd favorite, giving the people here in Madison something to cheer about. Still more than a minute to go before we hit the 8-minute time cap. Danielle Brandon on the left, and Jacqueline Dahlstrom in the middle of your screen at 2:25. And a race to the finish. Dahlstrom by less than 0.4 of a second. Here's Turi Helgadottir at 2:30.
Now for Turi specifically, her strength relies in her technique. And if she's out of place at all, there's gonna be a bar drop as quickly as that. But on the flip side is that if she can get it back maybe 1 or 2 more inches in that rack position, she'll stand it up pretty quickly.
And Helgadottir almost had that. 20 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Helgadottir and Rolf are the only 2 women left on the floor. Less than 10 to go. And just cannot get herself out of the bottom of the squat, but a great effort from Turi Helgadottir. But Gabriella Magala just goes out and turns in an all-out assault on Alessandra Pacelli's top time and demolishes that. 5:13.84 seconds for Gabriella Magala.
And that's going to be a time to reach for our big hitters in the final event. But look at the lead Magala had on the rest of the field, and that's just at the beginning of the event because she ended up nearly lapping everyone in this event in a 5-round clean ladder. But the calm, unwavering, the bar didn't rock her body, her knees didn't cave in. She just cleaned the bar, stood up at the bar. Very impressive performance from Magala, who's having a great day 2.
4th and final heat is getting set. Overall leaders on the competition floor, and of course Tia Toomey, who continues to wear the leader's jersey, will be in lane number 5. Kristen Holta is now in 2nd, and Chrissy Aramo-O'Connell, who moved into the top 3 after event number 6, looking to stay there here in event number 7.
Great event 6 for Aramo-O'Connell that was pushing Tia to the brink, even though Tia really didn't feel pressured whatsoever from O'Connell, but that was good enough to move O'Connell into the top 3. Now as we move to the heavier bars, you know, saw Holta do well and O'Connell do well. This is where the challenge is going to be for those 2 athletes to try to hang on to those top 2 positions that they're in.
It is tight towards the top of the overall leaderboard. Chrissy Aramo-O'Connell in 3rd place is separated by just 15 points from Laura Horvath, who is in 5th.
Don't sleep on Amanda Barnhart. As these weights are getting heavier, the shorter run, this could be good for Amanda.
Can anybody catch Gabriella Magala? 5:13.84 seconds. That is the top time as we begin the final heat. Amanda Barnhart out front ahead of Brooke Wells. Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath in that mix there.
Tia just moving through the traffic.
Toomey and Barnhart, followed by Horvath, Wells, Aramo-O'Connell, Holta, and Mal O'Brien. 210 should not be a problem for any of these athletes.
I like the squat clean from Toomey. knowing that she might have to default that to the later rounds, it's good to get that practice in early because the time advantage isn't necessarily there for just a single repetition. So I like that move from Tia Claire.
Catherine Davisdotter and Haley Adams failed their opening lifts. Haley Adams back to the barbell. And this is not good for Haley Adams, who right now sits in 4th place. Was inside the top 3 heading into event 6 and may fall further down the leaderboard after this. Catherine Davisdotter is underneath 210 and she cannot hit that.
And these are two things that are no surprise to the, if you know your events and you know your history, is that these are going to be major damage controls for these two athletes.
Tia Toomey, no problem at 215. Horvath clears 215. Now Amanda Barnhart, and that is good.
And that's classic Barnhart. She just has so much raw power when it comes to this lift. Horvath staying with Tia. It's a shorter run, so that's not going to hurt Horvath as much as it did in event number 6. But if Tia's going to try to beat the time by Magala, she's definitely putting herself in position because of the pace Tia is running at. Different than what we saw Gabriella do in the previous heat.
And right now, Laura Horvath is ahead of the 2 women right in front of her. Make that the 3 women in front of her in the overall standings. Adams, O'Connell, and Holta.
Tia is just sprinting down the course.
Now 220 for Toomey, and she doesn't waste any time. Laura Horvath.
Good for
Will
Laura.
hit 220.
She's strong.
Horvath in 2nd place in this heat behind Tia Toomey is Amanda Barnhart. Is now at 220 pounds, and Amanda Barnhart power cleaned that.
Tell you what, we may have 3 women in this heat beat Magala's time that we thought was almost untouchable by the way it looked.
5:13.84 seconds is that time, and only 2 barbells remain for the top 3 women in this heat.
Look how fast Tia Toomey is running. And we've seen her do crazy stuff like this all weekend long. It's like, why did you try to go 12 and 12 on bar muscle-ups in event 2? Because I can. Because I'm trying to challenge myself. Because nobody else is doing it while I'm here.
If Toomey can win this event, she would tie Matt Fraser with 29 career event wins, and Toomey right to 225. And that is no problem for the woman who competed for Australia in the Olympics in weightlifting. And now Laura Horvath really helping her cause as she continues to put some distance between herself, Christy Aramo O'Connell, Haley Adams, and Kristen Holta. Amanda Barnhart ripping that barbell off the ground.
She's
the time to beat. It was fun while it lasted. 5:13.84 seconds.
How did this event turn into another 500-meter sprint for time? How did that happen?
Tia Toomey is about ready to smash another top time and smash another barbell. The 4-time champ with 1 lift remaining. 230 pounds between Tia Toomey and her 29th career event win. Did you expect anything else? Tia Toomey goes 2 for 2 inside the Coliseum on day 2. Now Laura Horvath, this is big for Laura Horvath.
Big for Laura Horvath.
She won't
love that.
Beat Magala. She will, pardon me, beat Magala. 2nd place overall.
Barnhart has an opportunity to beat Magala as well.
Now Barnhart has a couple seconds to go. Magala's time is going to stand in 3rd, but Barnhart will take 4th in the event. Christy Aramo O'Connell at 230. Damage control for her, that's big because of what Laura Horvath was able to accomplish.
But that's great to solidify her top 3 position more. I mean, damage control at a 5:35, that's pretty good damage control.
Here's Brooke Wells and Kristen Holte, the next two women up to 230.
Wells has got to get her elbows around a little bit higher.
Mal O'Brien on the right can't stand it up. Kristen Holte will miss as Wells comes in, and all of this great for both Irma O'Connell and Laura Horvath. Emma Tall is through. 8-minute time cap here. Tall will take 6 in the heat and 12th in the event as Kristen Holte fights through that. And she is across. Now here's Mal O'Brien. And Mal O'Brien nails that lift.
Much better on the second attempt.
Catherine Davidsdottir and Haley Adams still on the floor. Davidsdottir through 220. And that's Haley Adams, who has yet to make her first lift. Adams came in 4th place overall.
You can tell she's upset.
Now in the points race, Laura Horvath, because of her second place finish in the event, will pick up 97 points.
Look, the thing here for Haley Adams is that this is event 7. This is event 7. We have 8 more tests. We're not even at the halfway point as far as tests that we have on the board, and a very diverse test that we still have on the board.
And Haley Adams proved how mentally tough she is last year in Aromas in the in-person portion of the games. And now Catherine Davidsdottir with 20 seconds to go.
Oh, Haley's gonna go for it.
Catherine Davidsdottir now to 225 with 4 seconds remaining. 3 won't count. Won't be able to get it inside the 8-minute time cap, but Tia Toomey with another event win inside the Coliseum. A second and 2 firsts so far in this building. Laura Horvath, though, did a good job of hanging tight.
She was hanging tight, but like, if that's the best compliment we can give you, because you're racing one of the greatest to ever do it of all time here at the CrossFit Games. And Tia Toomey, what she did on the bars was one thing, but what she did on the runs was a completely another. But tying Matt Fraser for the most wins in CrossFit Games history is saying something.
The top 3 is going to look a little bit different. Tia Toomey, though, that's going to remain the same. She's going to hang on to the leader's jersey. Laura Horvath will move up. She was in 5th place coming into this event. But let's hear from Tia Toomey again. She's with Nikki Brazier.
Tia, a similar event, but obviously different stimulus. How did you approach it, if at all, differently than what we just saw you do in event 6?
The weights were pretty good for me, so obviously the first one was a bit more about the run, and then the second one was making sure that you didn't go out too hot in the run, and maintained a solid pace to back up the lifts for this heavier sets.
Now with that event win, you have now tied your former training partner, Matt Fraser, with all-time event wins at the CrossFit Game with 29 total. How much do those milestones mean to you?
I mean, it's an honor to be actually rubbing shoulders against the great.
Amazing. Still so much to come here in the weekend. Anything in particular you're most looking forward to?
Obviously just competing in front of such a great crowd and just getting to do what I love.
Congratulations, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And there is Matt Fraser, the man who retired after winning 5 consecutive CrossFit Games. And Tia Toomey is well on her way towards tying at that mark. 682 total points here.
Hey, Kristen Holte and Chrissy O'Connell survive the cleans, but Laura Horvath just a handful of points out of a podium position for the first time since 2018.
12 points are all that separate Kristen Holte from Laura Horvath in 4th place, and Amanda Barnhart now in 5th. Gabriella Magala continuing to creep up. She sits in 6th place overall. The heavy barbells do not disappoint in events 6 and 7 for the individuals. Always fantastic moments whenever we have a ladder at the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Plenty of action still to come here. Stay with us at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. The 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games are presented by Rogue Fitness. Don't weaken. U.S. Army. What's your warrior? Monster Energy Ultra, the official energy drink of the CrossFit Games. Bear Complex, the official grip of the CrossFit Games. And CrossFit Games, the sport of fitness. Visit games.crossfit.com to learn more. Day 2 of individual competition rolls on here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is on the Coliseum floor. And Chase, it's time to get inverted.
It is, and it's our second single modality test that we've seen. We did it once with the sprint, and now we're choosing a gymnastic skills test here with event number 8.
For more on event 8, here's Mike Arsenault.
Chase, I thought for sure there would have been a Top Gun reference for you there. If you're sitting at home thinking, this reminds me of something, I've seen this event before. It's very reminiscent to the handstand obstacle course we had in 2018 with 2 differences. We're going to start with the parallel bars, then go to the ramp, then go to the stairs. So that's reversed from 2018. And instead of just doing it once, we're going to do it twice. So they're going to go to the end of the floor and then back to the finish.
Couldn't be simpler.
Yeah. Walk from one end to the other, do some different, I mean, this is a very highly technical skill for a gymnastics test, but that coincides with, again, building this pyramid of programming throughout the week and testing different things. We did a single modality test on day number 1 with that 500-meter sprint. 90 seconds of pure power output in a monostructural format. Now we are moving to a single modality gymnastic skills test. We tested volume on Monday with those 48 ring muscle ups. We tested a bit more of that with the rope climbs, but this is a skill, and what that means is that requires practice. You're not just gonna be able to like run your way and lift your way into a better skill. You have to put in the work to get better at this.
The start time has been pushed back, so we're gonna step aside for a couple of minutes, and we'll be back when the athletes are ready to go, so stay with us. Day 2 of individual competition continues here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Men's event 8 is up next. Thanks for being with us today, everybody. Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and it's Mike Arsenault who is down on the competition floor. The barbells are gone, but now it's time to go upside down.
That's right. You're dangerous, Sean. You're too dangerous. How's that, Mike? Is that a good enough Top Gun reference for you? Handstand walks. We're getting high skilled. We had some high intensity and heavy lifts, and we got some high skills in gymnastics.
Let's go down to call sign Maple Leaf, Mike Arsenault.
Thanks, Goose and Maverick. I mean, Chase and Sean. My apologies. If you're sitting at home thinking, I've seen this handstand obstacle course before, you would be correct. Very reminiscent to what we saw in 2018 with two major changes. The first, we're going to do this in reverse, starting with the parallel bars, then to the ramp, then to the stairs. Unlike 2018, we're not done there. We're going to come all the way back, stairs, ramp, and end with the parallel bars for the second time before we close on event number 8.
The athletes continue to get better. The test must evolve. 8 men in this opening heat, and these are the guys who are trying to make sure that they are inside the top 30 so they can advance at the end of day 2. Cutting down to 30 athletes after 9 events. Right now, Tim Paulson, 32nd place overall.
And what we want to make sure is that when we do make a cut, that they were tested appropriately, that we can say these are the top 30 moving into Saturday. So look at what we've tested so far from a programming perspective. Super long monostructural swim and kayak on event 1, hour plus time domain. Then we moved back to the North Park where we did odd object heavy lifts, high volume, high skill gymnastics, and about a 15-minute time frame. Then we do that 500-meter single modality sprint test, 90 seconds or below. Come back to the Coliseum, put a classic barbell movement with a thruster, and an open movement callback from March with a wall walk, near 20-minute time frame. This morning, classic CrossFit, weightlifting, monostructural gymnastics, 10 to 12 minute. Just absolute classic time frame. And then we went intense in back-to-back events, 5 to 7 minutes. And now we're filling a hole that we haven't hit yet, which is a high-skill, single-modality gymnastics test. That is why this test is here before that 9-event cut.
Tim Paulson, 32nd place overall. He's looking to get inside that cut line, as is Colton Mertens right now. He is in 30th. He would be the last man to advance to day 3. Down and back couldn't be simpler.
Here's the danger. With such high skill, they're used to the mats. We've seen the parallettes. We haven't seen it twice, but the most sketchy part here is right there in the middle where the parallettes start to bow and they move. So you actually have to get through the middle as fast as you can. And I think Tim Paulson forgot he was a strong athlete because he just got halfway through the first part of this lap.
Augustin Riquelme is the man in the lead as Tim Paulson is solidly in 2nd place. Paulson's going to take a break. Riquelme continues to work, and now he is off his hands.
Now the yellow lines designate where they have to start and finish each section. That middle handstand walk portion being a section in and of itself, and the hands have to start behind the line to start the section and get past the line to finish it.
Riquelme is the first man to make the turn and work his way back down. Tim Paulson got hit with a no rep on the final obstacle, and he was sent back. As Riquelme is still the only man on his way back down the floor.
And this is where the outliers in the field really get a chance to shine and showcase what they're good at. Whereas those that are a bit more well-rounded should sit there still somewhere in the top 10. But if you have a major deficiency in this skill set, it's not that you're going to be bad or it's going to be tough, but you may just sit there at the first implement and have no chance to complete this.
Riquelme has no one even close to him right now, as Tim Paulson just started his return trip at the other end of the floor. Riquelme, 33rd place overall, so another guy who's trying to get inside the top 30 right now.
Well, Mike said this earlier about in 2018 where we first saw the parallettes come into the CrossFit Games, is that it was just one lap down the field, and this was the direction that they were going, finishing with the parallettes, but to have it for the second time around in the beginning and the end, as you said, Sean, as the athletes are getting better, the test must evolve to make sure it's appropriate with their skill sets.
And Raquelme's lead has disappeared. Here comes Uldis Upniks as Raquelme continues to struggle on the parallel bars. Tim Paulson creeping up to Uldis Upniks as Raquelme trying to get across those and make his way down the ramp. And he is through, and all Raquelme has to do now is cross the finish line. Raquelme is done, and he will take heat number 1.
Well, think about it, it took him 5 tries to get past that last implement on this handstand walk course.
Paulson and Upniks. Upniks is on the left, Paulson's on the right. They're fighting for second place in this heat right now. This is Paulson's first attempt at this final obstacle, and he will have to go back.
And this is a much more challenging direction to go because they did a ramp to get up to the parallettes. The ramps are much easier to navigate from a difficulty standpoint when you're talking about the skill. The stairs are much more challenging. So though it's the same implement, the way you're coming into this one makes it much more difficult.
Tim Paulson, this is his second attempt. Paulson's gonna make it, and now he's just gotta get to his finish mat. Paulson is in, and Tim Paulson takes second place in heat number 1. Colton Mertens on the left is trying to pass Uldis Upniks now for third, and he will do it. Now the question is, can Mertens make it through safely?
He's got to get past the yellow line with both hands.
And he will do it, and Mertens deciding to go for it here. 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. And Mertens is across. Uldis Upniks is going to have to hurry if he wants to get it inside the time cap. Now he is through. As you're taking a look at Zach Watts, Upniks approaching the finish line. This one's going to be close for him. And Upniks with about a second to spare. Augustin Raquelme, the time to beat after one heat, 3 minutes, 0.34 seconds.
And who knows what that time really means in a skills test like this. And that's the crazy part. That's why, honestly, if you were to look at any event that we've seen so far for one of our leaders, this would be the one that makes me the most nervous because you can't really sit there and rely on your fitness. We're challenging the bottom half of those 10 general physical skills: coordination, balance, and accuracy, along with the gymnastic skills test with a handstand walk. And the problem with those 3 skills is that it requires a lot of practice and training. And to do that in practice is one thing. To do that as the 8th event in 2 days is quite another.
Heat 2 coming up next. Chandler Smith is in this heat. Smith is trying to get inside the top 20 right now. He sits at 22nd place overall. Will Morad right now in lane 5. He's in 19th.
It's nice to see Will Morad back out here. The last time he was here, you can see Street Corner behind him cheering on his teammate there in the purple shirt. Part of that proven crew. It's just good to see him healthy and competitive. And then Chandler Smith, again, he had a rough day 1 with the programming. I'm very curious to see how he shored up his skill set for this handstand walk in event number 8. He's in 22nd place overall, clear of the 30 cut line, but again, it all depends on with the next 2 events we have coming up.
Chandler Smith has yet to finish inside the top 10 in any event. 3 minutes, 0.34 seconds, that's the time to beat from Augustin Raquelme. Sam Cornway is out front early. Will Morad currently sits in 2nd place. Brandon Luckett is in third along with Jason Smith, but Cornway looking to go unbroken here on this first leg down the floor.
We said, how are you going to be good at an event like this when everyone's decent at handstand walks? Practice, 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 practice. And who do you think practices handstand walks like this ad nauseum? Mayhem. They have the implements, they know what's been tested, so they ingrain that. So I'm not really surprised to see Cornier do so well, knowing where he trains out of.
And he has just taken his first break, and it was a quick one. Cornway back to work, already on his return trip. He is the only man heading back down the floor at this point. Cornway now with another break with one obstacle to go.
Yeah, here's what's important. You can't see the yellow line here. He's got to start with his hands behind. But there's a yellow line on the back half of this implement that's important that if he gets past it, you see the yellow line at the ramp side, there's not a lot of room if he were to come down beyond that. So it would be very difficult to restart. So what we've seen a lot of athletes do is that once they get down the ramp, continue that momentum to the finish line, because it's going to be really hard to set your hands down in front of that yellow line with your feet on that ramp.
Third attempt now for Cornway, and this is exactly where Augustin Riquelme ran into problems in the last heat. Cornway is through.
Oh, gotta be careful.
And Sam Cornway is in. 2:19.58 seconds. Jay Crouch is now your leader. He is the man in the gray shirt towards the left side of your screen, as Cole Sager in the green tank top is moving closer to Crouch. Chandler Smith and Brandon Luckett,
that's tough,
are now back to the final obstacle.
That's tough. You got all the way. You did the hard part.
Smith and Sager back up on their hands at the same time.
Chandler Smith. Okay, buddy.
Now Cole Sager making another attempt.
Haven't seen any athlete do this on the first try just yet.
Brandon Luckett can't make it. There goes Cole Sager again. Now Crouch and Sager both on the parallel bars. Crouch is through. Crouch is making his way to the finish line ahead of Sager. Crouch on the bottom left. Sager's going to kick down. Crouch is in, but Sager just has to traverse that final section to get to the finish. Chandler Smith down the ramp. He's going to stay on his hands and might catch Cole Sager. Chandler Smith passing Sager at the last second.
Wow! Chandler Smith. Man, he needed that in a big way. Good for Chandler Smith.
Now Will Morad is in. Jason Smith, Brandon Luckett, and Alexander Carone. The three men left on the floor. Carone is way back on the right side of the screen, just now beginning his return trip. 20 seconds to go before we hit the time gap.
Good save.
5 seconds to go for Luckett.
But getting through that's valuable.
The marks in between the yellow lines on the floor are being used as tiebreakers, so they will know what mark Brandon Luckett reached for tiebreak purposes. But Sam Cornway, 2:19.58 seconds, did the entirety of the first leg almost unbroken, took one who did do it unbroken. Took one break on the way back. Jake Crouch is second at 353.81.
Missed a couple times on his first attempt on the back half, but Cornier, the bottom part of your screen, 3 lanes up from the bottom, established a lead early. And as you said, Sean, he went nearly unbroken, had a very, I'd say, intentful break. It took him a couple tries to get through the parallel portion of this, but it was still enough to get ahead of Riquelme's time in heat number 1. Almost stepped his hand out of the lane, which will call you back if you get too far out, but very, look at the strength, just the strength that Chandler Smith has to not fall over. And then the speed he had at the end to actually run down Cole Sager and get ahead. That was very, very needed for Chandler Smith.
Third of 4 heats up next. Noah Olson in lane number 4, 13th place overall. Someone to keep an eye on here in this event. Scott Panchik also in this heat. He's right in the middle of the floor in the black tank top.
Well, it's great for Scott as he doesn't have to be on his feet anymore, at least within this event, and that's what's been plaguing him since he hurt his knee in event number 1.
Scott Panchik and Noah Olson are your leaders. Lazar Jukic is right up there with them.
Now it's big for Scott as he's taking the lead. You can see Jason Hopper in the forepart of your screen.
Hopper getting off kilter and has to come down. The battle for the lead is between Noah Olson and Scott Panchik.
The other test within this is getting into the top 10, because we're going to reseed before we have the final event tonight. Getting into the top 10 into that final heat is huge. Panchik sitting in 12th overall with Noah Olson in 13th.
Panchik makes the turn and he is through his first obstacle on the way back as Noah Olson just completed his first leg. Scott Panchik is your leader, and despite that bum knee, he currently sits in 12th place overall.
Scott braking at the end of each section. Not that he can't continue, but that he's giving his shoulders a little bit of a rest, setting himself up for that final implement, which has been giving everyone fits on at least their first try.
Panchik now taking a break. Noah Olson and Lazar Jukic are fighting for second place behind Panchik. This is Panchik's first attempt at this final obstacle.
No one's done it on their first attempt just yet.
Scott Panchik halfway through. And Scott Panchik with the time to beat. 2:05.21 seconds, beats Cornoyer by 14 seconds. And now it's Jukic and Olson. Jukic on the left, Olson in the gray shorts, and Olson trying to save that and just cannot. And now here comes Travis Mayer. Heinrich Happelainen is working his way up as well. And Noah Olson taking a quick break, all by himself in second place in this heat right now. And Noah Olson is going to come in right now in 4th place in the event as he failed to track down Augustin Riquelme's time of 3:34 seconds. Travis Mayer is through. Lazar Jukic will finish up. 4 men left on the floor. Henrik Haapalainen, Baden Brown, Jeff Adler, and Jason Hopper. And Jason Hopper is struggling as he comes off of his hands. Jeffrey Adler now getting over his second of 4 obstacles.
And that's tough for Adler at such a great event, 6 and 7.
Here's Baden Brown as Jason Hopper works his way towards his second obstacle on the return trip. Henrik Haapalainen is going to work his way across the finish line. And he is through. 4:05.08 seconds leaves Adler, Brown, and Hopper left on the floor here. Less than a minute to go, 45 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Baden Brown on the parallel bars. And Baden Brown is through. 30 seconds to go. Jeffrey Adler is on the parallel bars. He is over. And Adler taking a quick break as Jason Hopper is on to the final obstacle as well. And Adler now has 10 seconds to go. Now Adler did not make the finish line, but he got across the yellow line. That'll be big when it comes to tie breaks. Scott Panchik has the new time to beat, 2:05.21 seconds. Noah Olson's time of 3:02.24 was good enough for second in the heat. Right now, 4th best we have seen with 1 heat remaining.
And good for Scott Panchik. And we came in, it's like, hey, we're not jumping, we're not squatting, we're not doing anything with the lower body. Scott Panchik may do well in this. And he put on a clinic of how to pace yourself through this, taking very deliberate breaks on the second half and back half, and being the only athlete so far to do the second set of parallettes on the first try, where he got to the parallette slower than the other 3 that had the best times. But when you can only miss, or you make it on the first try, then you get the best time. So get to the parallettes quickly, but without wasting yourself too much by going too fast too soon.
4th and final heat, and it's Justin Medeiros who will now be wearing the overall leader's jersey after he pried that off of Brent Fikowski in the prior event. Saxon Panchik is in 3rd place overall, and it is Brent Fikowski who sits in 2nd. Pat Vellner right now in 4th place, just 7 points back of Saxon Panchik for 3rd overall.
This is going to be good, or potentially good, for Pat Vellner. Former gymnast, great body control, great at handstand walks.
Justin Medeiros now your overall leader, 571 points, 12 up on Brent Fikowski.
Curious to see what Medeiros does with this new implement. He did well with the handstand walk at the CrossFit Games last year, but that was just a straight shot down the football field.
Final heat, Scott Panchik with the time to beat at 2:05.21 seconds, and you alluded to last year's handstand walk. Justin Medeiros took quick breaks after every section and got right back up on his hands every time, and he almost won that event.
And he just did it again. He took a break after the first line, kicked down, kicked back up. Now he's going straight through. Medeiros in the middle in the red shorts. Now what you don't want to do is get sucked into the speed at the first half of this.
Jona Koski is your early leader here, but Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson is close behind him with Pat Vellner in 3rd. Medeiros has now worked his way into 4th. And Koski comes down. Gudmundsson comes down. Vellner will be the first man along with Medeiros to make their attempts here. And Vellner comes down. Medeiros is the first man through.
And how did you do it? By breaking up early, conserving energy. This is not a try-hard event. This is a skills test. It doesn't matter how conditioned you are. It doesn't matter how strong you are. It matters how much skill you have and how much energy you have to layer on top of that skill.
Justin Medeiros is your leader. Saxon Panchik is trying to catch up to him, as is Jonakoski. But Medeiros still in first place. 2:05.21 seconds is the time to beat, belongs to Scott Panchik, as Medeiros is back to work with Saxon Panchik breathing down his neck there for a second. Medeiros to the final obstacle. Scott Panchik is the only man who's done this on his first attempt.
And here it is. All comes down to this final set.
Medeiros is to the parallel bars. He is through. Justin Medeiros will not win the event, but he will take this heat. Deja vu all over again as his strategy pays off for the second straight year. Jonakoski struggling on his way up. Bjorn Karl Gudmundsson is up and over. Royce Dunn just came across. Guimajeros may have just beaten Bjorn Karl Gudmundsson across the finish line.
Got him by a second, I think.
And now Saxon Panchik is in. Meanwhile, Pat Vellner and Brent Fikowski continue to struggle here. Vellner in the middle of your screen, now onto the parallel bars, and he is down. And now Fikowski is over. He's not going to take a break. Fikowski gambled a couple years ago on a handstand walk in 2019, and it probably got him cut, but this one will pay off, and he is in. Alex Vigneault has come across. Now, Pat Vellner got through. He did enough to get his hands over that line, but then came off, so now all he has to do is just make his way across this final section of the floor. Now Pat Vellner is in. And 1 minute remains as rookie Andre Uday will try to get in inside that 5-minute time cap. Now Scott Panchik is going to pick up the second win for him in these 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. His third win of his career. So Uday with 30 seconds to go now. And Andre Uday will finish up, and every man in the final heat gets in inside that 5-minute time cap, but Justin Medeiros will extend his lead over Brent Fikowski heading into the unknown event 9.
But Medeiros can breathe a sigh of relief because, as I said at the top of this event, is that a lot can go wrong with something that's so high skilled that operates outside the realm of training and fitness and more inside the realm of that single modality gymnastics test. And he just passed it with flying colors. Those colors just happen to be red and white for Justin Medeiros.
And Justin Medeiros takes the heat. Will take second place in the event with a time of 2:15.33 seconds. Sam Cornway, he finishes inside the top 5 with his third place result. Royce Dunn, who sneaks in at the end there, finishes 4th, and it's Guimajeros. He's having a great day as well. But down to Mike Arsenault with your overall leader, Justin Medeiros.
Justin, no event win so far at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games, but you're #1 where it counts. First place through 8 events. You had 2 chances on each of the implements here on event 8. What was the most difficult for you?
Yeah, man, I mean, it's just a long event. We knew that was going to be just the goal is to go consistent and have no failed attempts. So just be consistent, make every attempt count, and it showed when I crossed the finish line.
This is your second CrossFit Games appearance. Last year, competed in front of no fans. This year, you're competing in front of thousands here in the Coliseum. What is that like?
Yeah, dude, listen to this, man. Everyone's so awesome. It's so fired up. I mean, I feel like it's my rookie year again to be in this Coliseum, and hear the crowd support for me is just unreal.
What do you need to do? We have one more event here on Friday and then a full slate of weekend events. What do you need to do to stay where you are?
Yeah, man, dude, we're only halfway through the weekend. I mean, anything could happen. Just take every event like it's the last event of the weekend and be willing to die for points.
Thank you. Justin Medeiros.
Be willing to die for points. Sounds very familiar of maybe a man that's taught him how to die for those points with Matt Fraser.
And right now, Medeiros is doing his best Matt Fraser impression. 668 total points to sit atop the overall leaderboard. He extends his lead over Brent Fikowski. Saxon Panchik now just 3 points back. If Pat Vellner stays in fourth, he's going to have some work to do in order to close that gap. And Guy Majeros is now in fifth.
There you go.
Event 5, he was in 13th. He's moved to 10th, to 7th, and now the youngster from Brazil, 5th place overall. We'll take another quick break, and then on the action at least, as the women will be out next. Nothing to change on the floor as the test is exactly the same.
And one of those cool tests that the men and women get to do that are exactly the same.
Just up and back, navigating those obstacles.
We said earlier what we've seen so far from the competitive side as we are in event 8. After event 9, we'll be cutting down to 30 athletes. And we're closing a hole that we haven't tested yet, is that single modality gymnastics test, where it's more about skill and stamina than it is about anything outside what we just tested with the speed on the run and the heaviness of those barbells.
And right now it's Amelia Lepinen, who is in lane 7, who is just on the right side of the cut line. She sits in 30th place overall.
And again, a lot can happen with a skilled event. You could be the best handstand walk obstacle course athlete in the world, and if your shoulders are blown out of the 7 things we've already done, it's gone.
First of 4 heats for the women.
Such an exciting event here.
Having parallettes at the beginning is different than what we had in 2018.
And the good news is for Sasha Nieves is she's back out on the floor. Remember, we saw her being escorted off the competition floor by the medical team after the last event. Now she is leading here in this opening heat.
Taking a short break. Now what we saw that the most successful strategy that both Scott and Justin Medeiros did was taking breaks in every section. We heard the same thing from Allison Scuzz, the captain of the demo team, is that the fastest time in demo were those that took a break after each implement to save the fatigue and time under tension on those shoulders.
Jessica Griffith, Michelle Basnet, and Carolyn Connors are the women fighting for second place behind Sasha Nieves as she is through the first leg. Nieves right side of your screen making the turn as Griffith, Basnet, and Connors are trying to navigate that final obstacle on their first trip down the floor.
Now, I've said time under tension a few times over the last 2 days, and if you're not really sure what that means, is that it just means the time spent under load or under work. So holding a handstand, that time is time with your shoulders under tension, hanging from a pull-up bar, sitting at the bottom of the squat. Those are the things you want to try to mitigate in an event like this, and that's why you should take a quick break. Let the shoulders relax, let the blood get a little bit back more out of your head, out of your arms, so you can reset and go into the next section.
Sasha Nieves out of Argentina. It's her first ever appearance at the CrossFit Games. Now on to the final obstacle. Reagan Huckabee, meanwhile, on the left side of your screen has yet to get over the first obstacle. Huckabee 28th overall right now. There goes Nieves, and she'll have to start again.
And Huckabee is a great example of why this is such a good test to put into the competition at this point in time. She's a phenomenal CrossFitter. She checks all the boxes, but it's not just about strength. It's not about speed and endurance. You have to check some high skill movements in there. We had a single modality test with the sprint. This is our single modality gymnastics test. And you have to make sure you have all your holes filled, or else you're not going to make it to the end of the weekend.
Reagan Huckabee is trying to work her way over that obstacle that is second on the first trip down the floor. Sasha Nieves has gotten up and over the final obstacle. And Sasha Nieves is in. 3:31.66 seconds to set the early time to beat. Jessica Griffith kicking down before that final obstacle. Michelle Basnet in the all gray trying to get across these parallel bars. Basnet one spot away from surviving the first cut, 31st place overall. Basnet started with her hands not completely behind that yellow line. That's why she got called back. And Basnet is through. 4:30.56 seconds. Jessica Griffith and Carolyn Connors fighting for third place in this heat. Jessica Griffith is going to have to go for it here. Carolyn Connors didn't know that she had
thought she was done.
And I think Griffith may have made it. Did not. Just missed getting across the finish line at the buzzer.
Caroline Connors crossed the parallettes, passed the yellow line after the ramp, and then started to run to the finish line, thinking that she was done, but you still have that entire 20-foot section that you have to do before you get to back to your finishing mats.
Sasha Nieves with the early time to beat, 3:31.66 seconds.
Taking a break intermittently throughout this course. Got her first try on the parallettes on the way out. And then a nice, strong finish on the parallettes on the way back. And that is going to be the difference maker for the next three heats, is how they navigate the second set of parallettes at the finishing part of this event.
Same story that we saw play out early with the men. And like you just alluded to, that final obstacle proving to be the sticking point here. Sasha Nieves, 3:31.66 seconds. Michelle Basnet will finish nearly a minute after she does. And then Carolyn Connors cost herself a few seconds with that mistake at the end, but she is able to complete the event. Heat 2 up next. Emma Carey, who's been very impressive so far in her initial appearance as an individual at the CrossFit Games.
And oddly, the most impressive thing she did was in event number 7 with the heavier cleans and how she navigated at the end part of that event.
Emma Carey, 19th place overall coming into this event. Second of 4 heats has started. 3:31.66 seconds is the time to beat. And it's Carolyn Prevost who is out front early, along with Emma Carey. Prevost in the gray shorts, Emma Carey in the middle of your screen in the green tank top. Prevost through the next section. She will break, as will Emma Carey.
Like that little break. We've seen it pay off well for our best times we've seen so far.
Emma Carey and Carolyn Prevost employing the exact same strategy, both of them breaking after every section. Emma Carey, though, opening up a bit of a lead on Prevost. Prevost's fallen back into third as Bailey Rail has now moved into second.
What I love seeing on this handstand walk is the variety of different techniques used with their feet. Carey has her heels basically tucked right behind her hips. And what that does is that maybe her front to back balance is something that she needs to work on. So what happens is, as you start to slow down, pushing those heels over the top allows you to propel yourself forward. It's basically your gas pedal for a handstand walk. So if you need to slow down because you're about to fall, you straighten your legs. If you think you're gonna fall backwards, you bend the knees and put them over your hands.
Carolyn Prevost is your leader now. She and Bailey Rail fighting for first as Emma Carey has fallen back. The third rail is on the left. Prevost is on the right. The two of them over that first obstacle on their return trip. Rail not breaking though. Carolyn Prevost back on her hands trying to catch up to Bailey Rail. Rail continuing to lead up and over the ramp. Carolyn Prevost right behind her. Rail is going to stay on her hands, and Prevost decides to break.
And this is the second time Rail has got over an implement and continued the walk for those middle 20 feet. Those middle sections with no, how far have we come where the part that doesn't have anything in it, we're like, oh yeah, just get across it. You know, like it's nothing. It's still a 20-foot handstand walk.
The handstand walking first showed up at the games in 2011. It was just a straight line. Wherever you came down, you started again. It was for total distance for time, and I remember Rich Froning went 50 yards on his hands, and people lost their minds as Carolyn Prevost just failed on that final obstacle. Bailey Rail is through, and she's going to stay on her hands. And Bailey Rail looking to set the new top mark as she is across. And she is now your leader with 2 heats to go, 3:13.07 seconds.
And she went 3 for 3 of getting over an obstacle and going straight through with no misses.
This is Mackenzie Riley. Looking to finish second in this heat. Riley coming in 25th place overall. Now Carolyn Prevost, who is out front with Emma Carey early. Carey is through, so she'll take third in the heat. Now Carolyn Prevost looking to finish fourth.
Prevost just had a lot of trouble with that last implement. She had to try 3 or 4 times to get through that parallel section for the second time.
Alessandra Bocelli looking to close out her 8th event. "30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Alessandra Bocelli in with a time of 4:28.51 seconds. And the same mistake from Sydney Mikulishin that we saw from Carolyn Connors.
Still a line from my buddy Dan Bailey is over the line, Smokey.
10 seconds to go. Mikulishin will make it. Bailey Rail has the new top time, 3:13.07 seconds, as Sasha Davis's time of 3:31.66 seconds is now the second best, with 2 heats remaining.
Out early was Bailey Rail and Caroline Prevost. Rail in the front in the all black. And Rail was just super consistent. She wasn't out of control. And her game plan was one obstacle, walk the rest of the way. But she was able to get her parallel section done on the first try. And that's really where this event is won or lost, is being able to get to the parallettes for the quicker, but get it on the first attempt, and Rail was able to do so.
Now she will wait and see if that time will stay. 3:13.07 seconds. Mackenzie Riley at 3:49.39 as two athletes in that heat go sub 4 minutes. Emma Carey at 4:03. Carolyn Prevost and Alessandra Pacelli rounding out the top 5. Third of 4 heats now on the floor. And when you talk about handstand walking, you have got to talk about the woman in lane 6. That's Catherine Davids-Daughter.
Catherine Davids-Daughter is one of the best athletes in the world as far as handstand walks are concerned. But she is not the only one in this heat that happens to be pretty good at handstand walks, because as great as Catherine is, Danielle Brandon over there in lane number 1 is just as good as she is.
Danielle Brandon coming into this event in 13th place overall. .07 seconds. That's the time to beat. Belongs to Bailey Rail. Did that in the prior heat. This is the third of 4 heats, and it is Danielle Brandon who is out front early as she is up and over quickly. That first obstacle, she's at the top of your screen.
Oh my goodness.
Ariel Lowen is in second, but Danielle Brandon is doing this faster than I could run it.
Danielle Brandon really made her debut in 2019 during the second cut that involved one of the longer straight handstand walks we ever had after a long row and multiple push presses. So we know under fatigue, she's very good on her hands.
She is wasting no time. Already on her return trip, and we haven't even hit the 1 minute mark yet. Up and over the second of 3 obstacles on the trip back down the floor. And now a quick break for Danielle Brandon. Ariel Lowen and Mal O'Brien are fighting for second. Danielle Brandon now another quick break before that final obstacle. This is almost too easy for Danielle Brandon. Sub 2 minutes for Danielle Brandon.
Yes, I would like to report a crime, because Danielle Brandon just murdered this event.
1:43.91 seconds.
Good for Danielle. Of all the things she's been having to go through, her 2 training partners axed from the competition because of COVID protocol the morning of this competition. She's been negative the entire time, but they're still secluding her from the group, so she has been by herself in a corner for basically 3 days of competition, still putting on performances like this.
Ariel Lowen, Turi Helgadottir, and Mal O'Brien now trying to finish second in this heat. And the second best time is 3:13.07 seconds, as O'Brien does a great job of saving that.
Not there yet.
Mal O'Brien in the middle of your screen in the gray shorts.
What a
and
save!
She's up and over, and Mal O'Brien will just have to return to the yellow line, but Ariel Lowen is getting set to finish, and she is in, and that will be the second best time we have seen in this event. Now Turi Helgadottir coming across, but it's Mal O'Brien who will beat Helgadottir.
Well, that was close for O'Brien on Bailey Rail's time.
Haley Rail right now, third in the event. Mal O'Brien fourth, and it's Katrin Davidsdottir, who is on her final obstacle. Now Davidsdottir will make her way over the finish line. Davidsdottir, fifth in the heat, eighth in the event, 3:53.62 seconds.
And that's a pretty uncharacteristic performance when you talk about handstand walk specifically for Katrin Davidsdottir, only because she set such a high bar over the years. If you look at the 2018 event, she was 5th overall in the 2018 obstacle course, and she's already sitting in 8th after this one.
With one heat to go. Emma McQuaid with less than 30 to go. She's gonna make it. 15 seconds left. Emma Tall and Jacqueline Dahlstrom still on the floor. Only 2 women failed to complete the entire course inside of 5 minutes, but Danielle Brandon, if you can sprint on your hands, she did it. 143.91 seconds and getting a standing ovation from this crowd as she exits the floor.
And Brandon is sitting at 13th overall after those 7 events, and if she can get an event win, anything can happen in the next heat. But Danielle Brandon just let the hate out in this event at the speed at which she was going at.
She had a lead early and just only increased it.
And we've seen that multiple times before, that an athlete just blows through 90% of this course, but gets tripped up on the final obstacle. We did not see that with Brandon whatsoever. If anything, I think she was being very controlled through that. Who knows what she could have done with just nothing riding on the line.
The 4th and final heat. The top 10 women in the overall standings will be on the floor. Tia Toomey still your overall leader at 682 points.
If Tia Toomey is going to have a tough event, this would be it, just based off her history with handstand walk events by themselves. But who needs to have a huge bounce back event is Haley Adams, who happens to be very good on her hands. But she didn't get a single clean in event number 7, and that really hurt her on the leaderboard, who came in that 2nd place position prior to 6 and 7.
Well, she dropped from 4th to 8th after event number 7.
Stand by.
143.91 seconds. That's the mark these women have to beat if they want to lock up an event win.
Haley, one of the better handstand walk athletes in the field.
She and Brooke Wells are out front. Tia Toomey sits in 3rd. And it's Laura Horvath right now in 4th, but Annie Thorisdottir is quickly gaining ground on Brooke Wells, but Thorisdottir's gonna break. Wells and Adams continue to work. And Laura Horvath now moves into 3rd ahead of Tia Toomey.
There's a drastic difference between a handstand push-up, which is more of a strength skill, than a handstand walk, which is more of a practiced skill.
Haley Adams and Brooke Wells are your top 2. Wells at the top of your screen, Adams at the bottom, and the 2 of them will make the turn at the same time. Now the return trip for both Brooke Wells and Adams. Wells in 7th place overall coming into this event.
And there's no shocker here that Brooke Wells is doing what she's doing in this event, because she won the 2018 handstand walk course ahead of greats like Carrie Pierce and Katrin Davis' daughter.
Haley Adams right now in the lead. She has one obstacle to go. Quick break back up onto her hands. 143.91 seconds. That's pretty safe. Brandon's going to pick up the second event win of her career. Haley Adams looking to start to work her way back up the leaderboard. Listen, a tough last two events.
A second place position is still 97 points, which Haley desperately needs. And she has a lot of time to do it because the next best time is 3:05.
Brooke Wells on the parallel bars, and Brooke Wells is going to go for it. Haley Adams is in just ahead of Brooke Wells. So Haley Adams was able to edge out Wells at the finish, and that is gigantic for Haley Adams, and she'll take second place in the event, 97 points.
And that's how quickly the tide can turn when you introduce events like this that are high skilled after testing a skill set of strength and stamina that we had in 6 and 7.
Here comes Tia Toomey. She and Kristen Holta on that final obstacle. Laura Horvath kicking up. And Tia Toomey will finish up as Laura Horvath just fell. Here comes Kristen Holta. And she is across the finish line. So Kristen Holta getting in ahead of the women who are chasing her in the overall standings, Chrissy Aramo O'Connell and Laura Horvath, as well as Amanda Barnhart. Here's Annie Thorisdottir. Thorisdottir is in.
Good for Annie.
And Laura Horvath will make her way over that final yellow line. Horvath with a time of 3:39.12 seconds, good enough for 12th in the event.
O'Connell struggling relative to this heat. And all I see are great things for Haley Adams. These are all the athletes that she needed to have a little bit of a bad run after getting dead last in event number 7.
Chrissy Aramo O'Connell is through. She only led Laura Horvath by 6 points for third place. And she'll finish in 18th. Horvath finished 12th. And Amanda Barnhart is in. So Horvath looking like she's going to leapfrog Chrissy Aramo O'Connell for third. Gabby Magala, who's really had a great day too. She is in with time to spare. 9th in the heat, 23rd in the event. She came into this event in 6th place overall, but Haley Adams shook off 2 disappointing events and is now starting to reverse her direction, her trajectory on the leaderboard after that performance.
Haley Adams needed something big. With her back against the wall, trying to, like, her goal is to get on the podium. She narrowly missed it last year on the final event with Atalanta. And getting that dead last in event 7 prior to this, there really was no other option for Haley Adams coming into this final heat. And to have that pressure and know that you need to perform, it's a fantastic performance by Haley Adams.
Overall results for event 8, Haley Adams good enough for 2nd place in that event. Danielle Brandon picks up the 2nd event win of her career, 143.91 seconds. Brooke Wells is 3rd. Tia Toomey, another top 5 finish for her. And Kristen Holta will finish in 5th. Nikki Brazier is with Haley Adams.
Haley, it's no surprise to us to see you do great in a handstand event. We've seen it before, even here at the Games, but these are some obstacles and things that we have never seen before. What did you have to do to maintain a lead, given all those obstacles?
Well, in Cookeville, Tennessee, we do this thing all the time, so I felt like I was back at home, so it wasn't anything new, and yeah, I'm glad that hard work paid off.
You're doing exactly what you need to do with a top finish in this event, given what happened at the end of the last event. What do you need to do to kind of make sure you don't stay in your head, make sure that you can still, you know, tackle each event one after the other?
Yeah, so I knew those two were gonna kind of put me in a hole, but we still have half the weekend left, and there's a lot of points up for grabs, and I'm up for the fight.
Thank you so much. Congrats.
Thank you.
Haley Adams now creeping back up the leaderboard, goes from 7th to 6th. Kristen Holta remains in 2nd place. Laura Horvath does pass Christy O'Connell, leads her by 12 points for that 3rd spot on the podium, but a long way to go, as we just heard Haley Adams say.
Just crested the halfway mark, 8 events down with a total of 15 events that we know of. But Tia Toomey, I think her performance on that handstand walk might be one of the most understated performances so far, being that one of the issues forward, she got top 4 in a handstand walk event.
Kristen Holta, at 35 years old, a Masters athlete, in 2nd place, ahead of Laura Horvath. Teams are coming up next. The individuals have 1 event remaining, and they still don't know what it is. Stay with us as CrossFit Mayhem looks to continue their dominance. Joel Gadet and Tanya Wagner will have the call. See it a little bit here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin.
All right, here we go. Well, first of all, wow, what a fucking day, right? Let's hear it for these amazing athletes. They have one more for the evening, the individual athletes do. The teams have an event they will do here next, and then after that, the individuals will come out and do their event. We're gonna change it up. We're gonna go a little faster. Echo bike, snatch, 21-15-9. And our 2 Aussies on the demo team, Con and James, are just gonna go ahead and demonstrate it. You guys wanna see that? All right, let's get loud for these 2. Are the bikes ready-ish? 105 for the men. 75 for the women. Someone time this. You got a timer? All right, 3, 2, 1, go. recover and prepare. Recover and prepare.
Thank you, Dave Castro. We'll send those individuals back in, like you said, to get ready for their final event here for Friday night. That'll be individual event 9. But next up, we have our teams coming into this Coliseum for their turn at the action. Stick around.
We'll cap day 2 for the teams here at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Team event number 7 coming up inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center. With Tanya Wagner, the 2009 CrossFit Games champion, Amanda Krenz is down on the floor, Joel Godet. 37 teams come in, 30 teams will depart. Well, 30 teams will move on. 7 will depart, and the cut line is close.
And one team that did a great job this morning was Coda CrossFit. They're in a much better shape than when they came in today. 40 points safe of that cut line from 2 good finishes today out at North Park.
Blueprint, 31 points out of that cut line here, and team event number 7 is a relay.
This is a relay race. We're going to have the first male athlete do 35 EcoBike calories, followed by a 105-pound snatch at 35 snatches. Then they're going to have the female athlete come through. Those 35 snatches are going to be 75 pounds. Followed by your male athlete who's going to come through and do 25 EcoBike calories, followed by 25 snatches, then 10 EcoBike calories, 10 snatches, then the female athlete will come through and do the same thing. So everybody gets the same number of reps, it's just how they break them up.
And with all of that said, there's a lot of stuff down on the floor. Amanda Krenz is among it.
Joel and Tanya, I couldn't have said it better. This is a very impressive looking competition floor. There's a ton of bikes, there's a ton of bars, there's a ton of judges and athletes, but most importantly, there's a story out here to tell. I'm going to take you through it very quickly. It starts on the first bike, goes to the first bars here. We're going to move along. This is now the second pair. They're going to do their 25 calories, 25 snatches. That same pair moves on to the third bike to finish out with 10 calories, 10 snatches. That is the story from start to finish.
Amanda, thank you. It'll be interesting to see the waterfall as it cascades across the Coliseum floor. Eto CrossFit, Q21 CrossFit, the two South American teams right now below the cut line, trying to make it through to the weekend. We talked about Blueprint. They too are just below the cut line. They need to put about 12 places of difference, though, between themselves and 12 laborers. They're
the youngest team out on the floor right now, and they dropped from 29th coming into today all the way down to 31st. They were safe just before competition, and they're not safe now, so they need to give it everything they have.
We are underway with 35 calories on this Echo bike for the first male athlete on each of these teams of 4. There are 20 teams per heat, 80 athletes on the floor, 120 pieces of equipment.
Now, a team that's in a better position than when they started is 12 laborers. They had a 15th place finish and a 17th place finish this morning. That knocked them into the bubble. So for them, they're looking to hold on. They're in 30th place, and they don't know if they're safer. They're moving on to tomorrow, so they just need to give this one their all. Power and speed is the name of the game in this event. You need to have both. The Echo bike, it's all about you get what you give. So the harder you push, the more you'll get rewarded with more calories quicker. That'll give you more time on the barbell, but it is damaging to the legs. The weight is only 105 pounds for the guys. That is a lighter load, but you still can't wreck yourself on the bike and then have to break these up. So I expect to see everything unbroken.
Ram Trucks, the only truck brand to win Motor Trend Truck of the Year 3 years in a row. Visit ram.com to learn more. Tanya, Butcher's Lab was the first team to make their way out to this first round of snatches here in this waterfall event. Butcher's Lab off a 23rd and a 36th place finish in the two events this morning, but they entered the day in 16th overall.
Invictus is your leader right now in lane 9. The way that these athletes are moving the barbell, just watch. So we have snatches right now going on with a re-dip underneath. Other athletes here in the center screen, athlete 204 there, CrossFit Invictus. He's going with a muscle snatch. It's a lot faster, takes a little bit more out of you, but that's the fastest way to move the barbell.
That's Ryan Soder. He's the newest member of this Invictus team. He subbed in for Eric Carmody after Invictus's win at the West Coast Classic. Tremendous competitor in his own right. He won the Lowlands Throwdown a couple of years ago. Placed 30th as an individual here at the 2019
and that
CrossFit
speed,
Games.
I'm sorry, Joel, that speed is what's needed in this event with 35 snatches. You need to move quick, and you're not going to win a max snatch event with this kind of style, but you can win a speed lightweight barbell event with it.
Tanya, let's talk strategy of who goes where. This is a waterfall relay type event. One athlete's going to go, your next athlete's going to go, your next athlete's going to go. How do you stack your roster?
Yeah, so at first glance, it may be just tempting to say you put your strongest athlete first and you put all your stronger ones to do that 35-35. But I want people to also consider cleanup crew. You have the pressure, you have 2 built-in transitions in that 25-10 portion of the event. So some of the athletes that can get right on the bike, get back off and transition quickly, you have to consider that and then kind of weigh out the options. If it's an obvious glaring weakness for somebody, all right, then we send the strongest one first. But if it's not, then I think you got to look at who can handle the pressure and possibly make a little, make a move holding on even faster with the barbell.
Handfuls of male athletes finishing, so females will now start. The first female for several of these teams. Ryan Soder was across first for Invictus, and then Daniel Bullock for Omnia. Good redemption for him. If you remember this morning, struggled on the rope climb event, so able to pull his weight here and get his team off to a phenomenal start. There's Brittany Weiss in the gray top for Invictus. The sea of green right now in the lead here on the second round, and these 35 cows on the Echo bike. Invictus, of course, the only affiliate that has had a team at every CrossFit Games since the team competition came into fruition. Of course, won the Affiliate Cup back in 2014. And they dedicate a lot of time, a lot of planning, a lot of energy, a lot of strategy, and a lot of training. These athletes all commit at the beginning of the competition year, we're going team. And for Jen Ryan in the back, that meant that she forewent a chance to compete as an individual at the Masters level.
You know, and that's the thing, when you look at the teams out here, you have to realize all the training and everything that goes on behind the scenes. It's so different than the individual level where I can just train on my own whenever I can get my workouts in, but for a team, there's so much more coordination and commitment, like you said. And for Invictus to be here that many years with the commitment that they've given is super impressive.
Well, and Invictus does it in a particular way for that too. They plan their teams around people's schedules. They have multiple teams who can work out together when that matters. There's Q21.
So back in May, CrossFit announced that the Echo Bike was the air bike of CrossFit, the official air bike of CrossFit. And if you're an affiliate or if you're training for the games and you don't have one, that's trouble. When you see something like that come out, you get one of these. But if you've never ridden on one at home, these are much different than a stroll on a beach cruiser. Okay, there's no cruising on these. They stop if you stop. So there's a lot to learn if you're not familiar with what your cadence should be, how hard you should push, and kind of what the repercussions are going to be for your efforts.
First female athlete making their way to the barbell for most of these teams across the board here. Elisa Showers in the middle with the blonde hair and the green pants. That's CrossFit Omnia from Colorado. Training Think Tank right now has jumped up from behind though to take the overall lead. Omnia in second, Timberwolf right behind. Brandy McGoldrick is the athlete right now going to work for Training Think Tank.
Event that's a relay, it's so important obviously to be strong in all four team positions. You can't have a weakness or it will be obvious. But the other part is there's not enough time in a fast event like this to make up a lot of ground if you have someone that struggles or you find somebody's falls apart on the bike or they do too much damage to themselves and they start breaking down.
Mary Kay Dreisilker here for Omnia. On the snatches, qualified as an individual last year out of the Open, but of course things changed when they had to readjust because of COVID. She goes as a team here in 2021, and with just one more snatch remaining, Mary Kay Dreisilker has Omnia in a phenomenal position. The first team with two athletes across, and that releases the second male, Cooper Wise, for Omnia. You'll start to see the second female competitor advance behind that yellow line on the ground here as well. Just helps tell the story of the competition a little bit as teams advance down the floor. Now you're looking at 25 cows on the bike and then 25 snatches.
It also reminds you, this is kind of like their new start line. This is where they need to wait, they can't advance and move along until that male athlete moves along.
Rogue Fitness is the official equipment supplier of the NOBULL CrossFit Games and the official air bike of CrossFit. Tanya, you saw that one coming.
What a good spot for a promo.
Training Think Tank right now. Talked about Brandy McGoldrick. This is Mike McGoldrick, one of the several couples competing in this team's competition. Competed at the games back in 2013. This Training Think Tank team is a group of athletes that didn't necessarily expect to be here. Kind of thought about it, did well in the quarters, wound up in a semifinal. By no means thought they would come out of the semifinals, and then surprised themselves at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Championship and came in fourth.
Right now they're about 75 points away from that cut line, so there's a lot they need to do. But at this point, you know, you give it everything. You give it's everything on the line, so wheels are off for some of these athletes.
Does it help that it's a 20-team heat when you're dealing with the cut? Because when it's a smaller 10-team heat, if you're in that first heat, you establish a time, but you don't know who you're competing against in heat 3 or in heat 2. all of those people now are on the floor with you, and they can push you, and you can push back against them.
This is a perfect time for that, because basically you're looking down the floor, and that's their leaderboard. I mean, they're looking at who they need to beat, who's ahead of them, and they know every time that they get ahead of someone to their right, they're good. Hold on, to their left, where I'm facing.
Left or right, just don't be at the edge. McGoldrick now on to the air bike. You can see the reps for training Think Tank, 192, now 93 at the top of the screen. Each one of the calories is a rep. 280 is the total rep count that these teams are attacking. 280 reps. Hand is in the air for Omnia. And Cooper Wise now moves on to the snatches. 25 of these.
Muscle snatches, legs are straight. Take a look, that's the fastest way. Now he got a no rep because he does need to fully lock out. Legs were straight, but not straight enough. Even though he didn't do a full redip, he still needs to get to a full extension. Can't lean forward at the hip. So knees may be straight, but you need to straighten those hips.
McGoldrick going a little bit faster than Wise on the right side of your screen, but Wise was at the bar earlier, so Omnia crosses its third athlete. Just behind was training Think Tank, and that releases the fourth and final, the second female for these two teams. Alyssa Schauer for Omnia. Training Think Tank goes to Mia Gianelli. Timberwolf CrossFit is in third. We were watching Invictus earlier. The Sea of Green has two athletes across the finish line. Jorge Fernandez, their third, is only on the bike. This is 12 Labors, who we pointed out at the beginning. They are holding on to the last spot above the cut line right now. We'll drop down to 30 teams following this event. 12 Labors is in 30th.
His back is very rounded. Not using a lot of leg because he needed that leg on the Echo bike. Blueprint, the other team that we talked to you about at the start of this competition, they're under that bubble, so doing everything here to hold yourself. That's Michael Allen. Blueprint got a no rep. He didn't touch the ground. He's in.
3 athletes are done for Blueprint. Back in lane 5, 12 Laborers.
The hardest thing to do is wait your turn. You watch all your other teammates go through and you're just itching to get on that bike. So you gotta be careful though when you get on there. At 35 calories for the ladies, that's a hefty amount. So we're looking at about a minute and a half. If you're cruising at about a 65 or so cadence on that bike. So you have to know that. You have to know what you're doing. I'm sure they have the bikes are in the back if they've trained with them. But you have to be careful that you don't jump on there and get too ahead of yourself because it can cost you more breaks on the barbell.
Heather Smith was the athlete on the bike there for 12 Labors, so it comes down to what she can do for the Lions. Omnia on the left, still your leader in the heat here. Training Think Tank, chasing right behind. On the right, it's Gianelli. Just a couple more reps here for Omnia. Looking for a heat win. Back to the bike here for Alyssa Schauer.
Did you see how she got on the bike? That was textbook. Right from the back, she jumps right on, grabs the handle, gets it moving immediately. That was a perfect transition.
She's the spunky firecracker of this Omnia team. Omnia in 21st place right now could help itself out greatly with a heat win, set the time to beat going into heat number 2. Hand is in the air for Omnia. Coming down the home stretch here for Alyssa Schauer. Just 10 more snatches here for Alyssa Schauer.
She's using that jump to move that barbell. It's 75 pounds if she can put her body weight behind it. And she's a firecracker.
Closing in on the 14-minute mark of a 15-minute time-capped event. We'll have to see how many teams can cross the finish line. We know Omnia is going to be one of them. Shower across the finish line, and Omnia all the way from Denver with a heat win. Training think tank now. Also on the outside looking in, a bigger long shot, 65 points from the cut line, but this will certainly help your case. Training think tank, second in the heat, 14:26, 14:27. Invictus had that early lead. They're now in third. Jen Ryan has made up a ton of time here. The captain of this Invictus team. Her hand has taken a beating, competing with a boxer's fracture. You can see the tape on that right hand. Now she's got to grip the barbell and go to work.
75 pounds, she's probably thankful it's just not heavier. That's a lighter weight for such a strong athlete. She's probably not thinking about her hand. She's probably thinking more about she can't breathe right now after all she did on the Echo bike.
Well, this could be big. Blueprint's coming up from behind Jen Ryan, and Blueprint needs all the points it can find. 2 reps behind Jen Ryan, and Blueprint will jump in ahead of the Sea of Green.
Blueprint unbroken on those final 10 reps. They needed that.
Tremendous effort from Blueprint. Invictus does get across. Blueprint named its team AOD. It's adapt or die. That is absolutely true right now. 12 Labors was in 30th at the cut line here. 31 points safe of the team chasing the Blueprint.
But remember, this is only Heat 1, so plenty of other teams.
And there we hit the cap, as Heather Smith may or may not have gotten that last rep in there. But Blueprint, home run derby, 475 to straight center field.
Man, that was impressive in a relay that shows weakness or exposes someone. Nobody was exposed. That team absolutely dominated from start to finish. Invictus is the first male athlete with those muzzle snatches out to an early lead, but it was when Omnia got out there with their first female athlete, they didn't ever lose or give up the lead there. She did have to break that last set of 10 just once, but still for everything that her team had done earlier, and with that speed and that textbook jump and transition onto the bike on her last 10 cows, she did it.
So mark down 14:05 for Omnia, but more importantly, mark down 15:19 for Blueprint. And see what kind of help Blueprint can potentially get in an effort to go track down 12 Labors, who finishes outside the top 10 of heat number 1. Take a timeout. Heat 2 is coming your way next, inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center and the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. No one had ever won the first 4 events of a team competition at the NOBULL CrossFit Games. So CrossFit Mayhem has won the first 6. Tanya Wagner, Amanda Krenz down on the floor, Joel Gadet, the rest of our crew, the final team event of day 2 for team competition here at the CrossFit Games. And there is CrossFit Mayhem, 600 out of a possible 600 points.
They're on a little streak right now, and if it's a competition, Rich Froning's in it. He's gonna see if he can beat his own team, and he's already done it, and I think he wants to continue.
2 events this morning, it was a 21-point lead. It's now over 100 points. A little bit more comfort as we take a look at event 7.
Little relay race. We're gonna have 35 EcoBike calories and 35 snatches. The first male athlete will go through that, then the first female athlete. Then they will have their second male athlete go through 25 calories, 25 snatches, 10 calories, 10 snatches, and the female athlete will follow suit. The weight on the barbell, 105 pounds for the men, 75 for the ladies.
CrossFit Mayhem, as your leader, is in lane 11. Urban Energy was in 4th place at the start of competition today. Decorum CrossFit also had a really good day out at North Park this morning in the first 2 events. Plus 64 CrossFit, 6'4" Army Gold, a 2nd place and a 4th place at North Park this morning. There's backcountry out of Colorado as we get started. Take a look at CrossFit Nordic as well, the team from Stockholm, Sweden. Telling you, we've never had a European team on the podium at the CrossFit Games, which is crazy, but they're in position.
And they had a really great morning at North Park. They had 2 top 10 finishes, moving them up from 5th place to start the day into 3rd today. So right there in podium position in day 2 of competition, so they can ride some of that momentum.
Talked about 6'4" Army Gold, plus 64 CrossFit, a 2nd and a 4th place, trying to mix things up themselves here with David Wiggin.
They came in today in 6th, moved up to 4th, so another good day. And you don't get any help on the bike from any extra rolling, so hopefully they can roll with some of that momentum.
And here is CrossFit Mayhem. Chase Hill starts on the bike. That'll leave some guy named Rich Froning in the 3rd spot in this event.
And, you know, that's the position for Rich, such a, always aware of what's going on the floor. When he was an individual, it was the same thing, peeking over his shoulder, knowing what speed he has to go. So that's who you want as your final athlete. Now, it will be a female athlete to go last, but you want him to just make the shift, make any changes.
And there are 7, now 8 different athletes on the barbell. Chase Hill has just gotten off that Echo bike for Mayhem. So Mayhem is a perfect 6 for 6 right now, but is starting from behind, just as it did yesterday here in the Coliseum when it had that dramatic come from behind victory. Chase, though, is very good at that light to moderate barbell cycling.
He's getting great extension, getting himself behind that bar before he turns it over, flashes the grip at the top to get that little breather. He's smooth right now.
He's going rep for rep with Lucas Hosey off to the right from CrossFit Canas, also in contention.
That was a set of 15 unbroken. And so it's not about who gets to the barbell first. It's about who's done with it first.
It's a set of 35 snatches here, 35 calories on the bike, then 35 snatches for the first 2 athletes. Second 2 athletes will do 25 and 10. And in lane 6, it's CrossFit Awaside that has the first athlete to finish. So the tempo set early by the team from Werribee, Victoria, Australia. Chase Hill's having some issues here. A couple of different no-reps. You can see Rich Froning communicating in the back with the judge, trying to figure out exactly what they're looking for.
It looks like he's looking behind, and it could be where the barbell is positioned. He throws his head through when he gets under, so I don't know if the barbell's just not getting back in the full extension. But the team's getting a little bit excited there behind, wondering what's going on. 2 reps.
And Chase Hill is done. So that throws Mayhem's hat into the ring and releases Andrea Nisler here for round number 2. Taylor Williamson had been the athlete paired with Chase Hill throughout much of the competition. It had been Nisler and Froning. who had brought up the back half of pairs competition, but they mixed things up a little bit here.
Andrea Nisler had her time to shine last night, holding on for the final 7 thrusters here in the Coliseum.
The pressure is real for that team because everyone is chasing them. CC Pieper for Decorum CrossFit right now in first place. Going back and forth with Awa's side here, 104 reps into this 280 rep event. CC Pieper is just the picture of relentless here. If you followed the West Coast Classic back in the semifinal qualification, she was the athlete that struggled out on the ruck run in the morning in 115-degree heat. Ran into some trouble with some heat exhaustion, still battled through it, came back later that day to compete strong in a deadlift event that helped the Ohio Brutes, Decorum CrossFit, qualify here to the games. If you wanted anybody in a spot to try to push mayhem in an event, it's her.
Someone that has grit, just like her. Cece's letting that bar just ride right down, letting gravity do the work there. So a lot more bend at the waist. This is the way that you cycle quickly with the barbell. As long as you maintain that, you don't start feeling it too much in her back. She has her the belt on, that's smart. Not because it's too heavy, but because you know the form is gonna bring you, you're purposefully doing that for the form to make that a little quicker.
I was just gonna say, even with a lightweight. Urban Energy currently in second place. The Australian team qualified out of the Torian Pro. Caitlin Van Zyl, an individual athlete back in 2019 here at the CrossFit Games. Team of 2 couples, she and her husband, and then Adam and Jaylee Mancy making up this Urban Energy team.
So here's a strategy, it's singles. Now, not the fastest way to go. She's fatigued, the Echo Bike smashes your legs, it just taxes your whole system. So it might feel good to pick up the barbell and not ride it back down, but it's just taking so much time to reset every single time. I'd still rather she can kind of guide it back down, use gravity.
You can see the difference in cycle speed behind the 2 athletes behind her as Van Zyl was going through singles. Starting to see our second male athlete be released across the board now. That was 6'4" Army gold that we saw come across. At a plus 6'4" CrossFit. Urban Energy is still your leader. Sometimes if you pull singles and you know you're in the right spot, you're not in a bad spot. Urban Energy at the top of the leaderboard right now with Decorum right behind them. Here's CrossFit Oslo, currently in 3rd place, battling their way toward the top of the leaderboard. The Oslo Wolfpack qualifying as the winners of the German throwdown to get here.
And their final athlete doing some air squats back there just to make sure all this time standing. It's been on about 8 minutes since they came onto the competition floor. It was minutes before this, so it's really easy to get caught up in watching your team move and forgetting that you haven't moved.
And Rich Froning, Andrea Nisler is done, that has released the one many would refer to as the GOAT in this sport. Rich Froning leading this Mayhem team that has 20 total career games appearances. 14 of them are on teams. The only rookie on this roster is Chase Hill. Rich Froning, 1st or 2nd when he shows up to the CrossFit Games, that's it. And I think his team domination, Tanya, right now may be even better than his individual domination. The last time Mayhem did not wear the leader's jersey was in 2017. Tanya, it was 1,400 days ago.
But when Rich got on the bike, they were in 18th place. When he got off the bike, they were in 9th. Look how relaxed he is. Watch what he does with his grip. Flashes the grip, let's go with the hook grip, gets that lockout, little flash to save it, and right back down. This is lightweight. He's breathing in between reps just to manage. It's 25 here, then he'll hit 10 cows on the bike and another 10 snatches.
How is it possible that he goes 40% all of the time, and it looks, I mean, like he's at 100%, but it just looks like...
You know how to stay relaxed. There's no wasted energy in his facial expressions, but still 8th place here in this event.
Andrea Nisler called him unnatural. Like, nobody's supposed to move this efficiently. Rich Froning just walks over that barbell and makes his way to the bike for 10 more cows. Urban Energy, right now your leaders. The time to beat is 14:05 as the Australians release their final athlete. That's Jaylee Mancy on the bike.
When you are Jaylee and you know that your team has a chance to get 100 points, to be the first team with a first place finish, that Mayhem doesn't get points with you. There was a tie there yesterday. But that has to be motivating. That has to push you a little bit more. But you also have to keep your eyeball knowing.
And Rich is getting no reps a couple of times. He does not like this at all. Two more reps here for Rich Froning. He was none too pleased about the no reps there. But Taylor Williamson now has some work to do to try to bring up the rear here for Mayhem and continue the perfection. 6 for 6 here to start the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
Oh, she even peeking around. All right, taking a look, see where she's at, but look at how composed Taylor looks right now.
Urban Energy here with Jaylee Mancy.
No time wasted there, straight to the bar, muscle snatch, a straight leg, getting that full lockout, just picking up that barbell.
The Ohio Brutes on the left, Decorum CrossFit. That's Lauren Sheehan. Their second athlete, we saw CC Pieper a little bit earlier. The time cap coming up in a little bit, 15 minutes, 14:05 is the time to beat from the first heat. You're looking at the final athlete to go for each of these teams, so the time cap will not be an issue, but the time to beat is the number to keep in the back of your mind. Synchronicity between teammates, or between competition, not required, but they were going at it for a little while there.
But the form is much different, the effort's much different. Jamie over for Urban Energy, just a lot. It's taking a lot less out of her. She's able to just pick that up. Here, there's just so much more effort.
Jaylee Mancy moved past the snatches onto the bike. Her final round there. Yeah, it's a lot of back effort going into it for Lauren Sheehan. Nothing you can do but cheer if you're teammates for Urban Energy. Final few calories here on the bike here for Jaylee Mancy. Urban Energy has a 3rd place, a 4th place, and a 7th place finish already. They were in 4th place at the end of the first day of competition. Could they be the first team to take down Mayhem? Taylor Williamson just made her way to the bike, but she is well off pace here. There is a no rep for Jaylee Mancy. Urban Energy looking to be the first team to knock off Mayhem. The team from Tennessee is up to 5th place on the standings. They're not going to make their way up to 1st. This is only a set of 10 for Jaylee Mancy. And it's CrossFit Urban Energy that takes 100 points and the first team to knock off CrossFit Mayhem Freedom in 2021.
Speed and power, they all had it, they all used it. But
how about Lauren Sheehan, the Ohio Brutes out of Decorum CrossFit? What a phenomenal day they could wind up with.
But Taylor Williamson's on the bar.
Decorum does come across, so a second place finish for Decorum. Taylor Williamson made up some ground.
Oh my word!
Absolutely dead in the water. Mayhem, way up front, they'll finish third.
So Rich got him from 18th to 9th. Taylor gets on the bike, she takes him from 9th to 3rd.
I think that part's more impressive.
Holy smokes!
CrossFit Oslo, done in lane 15. Carrie Beamer has just left her soul out there on the floor for I Love It. Time cap is 16 minutes. I misspoke earlier, I said 15. We still have a minute and 15 seconds left in this event. This is the second heat. As we hit the final minute. Remember, 15:19 was the number that Blueprint CrossFit put up there. They're trying to make the cut here, jump from 31st to 30th. They need some people to finish between their time and 12 laborers who was capped +9 if they'd like to make the cut. So that's the secondary race to keep in the back of your mind here at the end of Heat 2.
And it also means then, Joel, that these teams are not gaining as many points as the time moves on and there's only 30 seconds left.
They're factoring in finishes from Heat 1 right now. CrossFit Awaside trying to gain as many points as they possibly can. Holly Heine. Final 5 seconds before the 16-minute time cap. Just a couple of reps left, but the time cap hits, and very close to it was Reignited Wilmington. Rich Froning's team, maybe the most impressive performance, coming from 18th to 3rd. Although it's hard to say that when Urban Energy pulls out an event win.
An event win in a competition where you have CrossFit Mayhem is pretty much the biggest win you get, you know? So for Urban Energy, man, it was the second half of this event for them because early on the race was between Decorum and Awaside, who sent their fastest athletes. But on the back half of this event, it was Jamie Manzi just crushing that 75-pound barbell on the snatches. And even with the pressure, knowing that they could be the first team with 100 points, she was able to hold on to the bar. Well done, Urban Energy.
That's the first event win not shared with Mayhem Freedom. Pro One Montreal did have a tie with them yesterday, or pardon me, 2 days ago on day 1 of competition. So it's Urban Energy that comes up with the solo event win.
Man, that was just so much work. You talk about what is CrossFit when you explain it to somebody, and it's always like they make people fast and full of power. That's what that was. When you think about the work capacity, the work that was just done in this Alliant Energy Stadium here, my word, those guys gave it.
And the fact that nobody went to the wrong bike. Let's go down to Amanda. She has Urban Energy.
Oh, thanks, guys. I feel like I'm part of the team. We're so nice and cozy here. And I'm between two married couples. So if you're going to win a team event like this, you have to be smart about how you're going to decide who does what. So how did you guys decide that?
It was just who's the faster couple on the machine, and that's how.
And that's them. You obviously are competing against a lot of really tough teams this entire competition. Mayhem has a target on their back. Having a dominant team like that in this competition, what does that do for you guys?
I think it just fuels the fire, to be honest. Like first of all, we're happy to be here, full stop. And to come out on top in that workout, we are just stoked, yeah.
As married couples, that's an interesting dynamic. It's not uncommon to see couples on a team, but as married couples, how does that work for you guys?
It works quite well. We know each other's strengths, weaknesses. We know when to argue with them and when to not and to stay away. But for us, it's just a beautiful picture.
Well, CrossFit Urban Energy, congratulations on this event win. Great job out there.
Thank you.
They know when to argue and they know when to not. I think the back half of that's probably the more important one.
It was smart. The husband said that. Well done.
13:35 for CrossFit Urban Energy. Mayhem officially winds up in 4th. Omnia slipped in a second ahead of Taylor Williamson after all of that. But it is Urban Energy that winds up with the event win to close the second day of competition for the teams. But we still have more individual competition coming your way back here at the Alliant Energy Center. Sean and Chase are back with you in just a few moments to close out a Friday at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
The 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games are presented by CrossFit, the world's leading platform for health, happiness, and performance. WIT, have you got whatever it takes? Ram Trucks, the only truck brand to win Motor Trend Truck of the Year 3 years in a row. And by Arasti Remote Recovery, empowering CrossFit athletes to eliminate pain and get back in the box fast. The field is about to look a little bit smaller. We cut down to 30 athletes after this 9th event, the final event on day 2 of competition for the individuals. Thank you so much for being with us here on a Friday night inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center. Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram, and it's Mike Arsenault who's on the competition floor. This is a huge event. Mike, what is the atmosphere like down there? As some of these guys know, it's do or die.
It is electric here, Sean. It's been a long day of competition for these individual athletes, and we're going from 34 to begin event 9 down to 30 after event 9. 5 minutes or less. As we take a look at the standings, only 3 points separate 28th spot from 31st, and this event is just short enough, the weight's just light enough that they should be able to go unbroken if they want to make it to the weekend.
And it's a big way to put that, want to make it, because when you look at a couplet like this within a Echo bike and power snatches, the want to factor has never been more prevalent between Luka Dukic, Austin Rakelmi, Mertens, and Paulson. And with an event like this, Sean, really anything can happen, because you couldn't think of a better way to cap off a 9-event cut than with a classic CrossFit 21-15-9 rep scheme, an Echo bike with the cows, and then a light enough snatch. This will be a power muscle snatch for a lot of these athletes. It is going to be a want-to full intensity race to the end.
And the men in this heat are the guys who are the ones trying to avoid that cut line. And it's Tim Paulson, who is 31st overall. He's trying to work his way into the top 30. Paulson will be in lane number 17. And a lot of these men are probably going to have to get outside of their comfort zone if they want to do well at this event.
And Mertens is one of them. He's the gatekeeper. He's sitting there at 30th place, but with only a 2-point lead on Tim Paulson. And I'll be honest, it's not the best setup for an athlete like Mertens when you're bringing in an Echo bike, but it is a good one for Paulson. But that's if he's feeling 100%. He came in under the weather in day number 1. Paul's got the strength and the size to navigate through this event pretty good, but again, it's all a matter of how he feels coming in.
First of 2 heats here in event number 9 as we close out the 2nd day of competition, and 4 men will not be moving on to event 10 after this. Zach Watts is one of the guys who's got some work to do, 32nd overall after 8 events.
Now there's a, Cole Sager at the start of this was just ripping on this Echo bike to start things off. And I was gonna say is that there's really 3 ways you can do it. You can do this a little too slow in the beginning, not have enough reps at the end to make up time, or you could go too fast. Now Sager started fast, but he was not the first off the bike.
Chandler Smith, Brandon Luckett, Tim Paulson are among the first men to the barbell for that set of 21 snatches at 105 pounds. Paulson's got to stay out front here and have a really solid result if he wants to stay alive. Chandler Smith threw 35 reps now.
He said Mertens was going to have some trouble because of the bike itself with that implement. He was the last one off the bike in the set of 21. Now he should be able to make up time on the power snatches. So Mertens good at one thing and not quite as great at the other.
Chandler Smith is your leader. First man back to the bike for a set of 15 calories, 90 scored repetitions in this event. And Chandler Smith is through 42 of them. Georgios Karavis, he is back on the bike at the opposite end of the floor. Brandon Luckett and now Tim Paulson, who is in 4th place in this heat. Cole Sager onto the bike as well.
Positioning himself very nice going into the set of 15. Now, if anybody knows about classic CrossFit, with a 21-15-9 rep scheme, it's the round of 15. This is the gut check. You just sprinted a set of 21. You only have 9 at the end, so you cannot let off the gas when you move into the set of 15.
Chandler Smith now off the bike, back to the barbell for his set of 15 reps.
Chandler Smith is just going for it, and he has that muscle snatch, and what that is he's basically going straight leg to the bottom and not really using him. He's just pulling that barbell off the ground. At the top of this event, we said this is a want-to event. Do you want to do what it takes to excel or win this event. And what it does is it takes a level of intensity that a lot of people don't want to go to, and that comes with a lot of pain. And if you think of Chandler Smith's background as a wrestler, those athletes excel at that very thing.
Chandler Smith onto the bike for the final time. 9 calories and 9 snatches. He is your leader. Joris Kervis is in second. Alexander Caron sits in third. Jason Hopper in fourth. Brandon Lucken in fifth. As Tim Paulson has fallen down to now 9th place in this heat. .81, that's the number that Chandler Smith needs to hit as Cole Sager is onto the bike. Morad, Hopper, Caron, Kervis, Watts is also on the bike. Smith done, onto the barbell for 9 final reps.
Chandler Smith has been waiting 8 events for an opportunity like this.
And he takes advantage. Chandler Smith will win heat number 1.
Now, I thought I said this was supposed to hurt. Didn't really look like it for the finish for Chandler.
Alexander Caron is in, as is Jason Hopper. Joris Kervis has come across the finish line. Tim Paulson, he is across, and he is ahead of Colton Mertens, who is in 30th place right now. Paulson came in 31st overall.
Now for Mertens, he can still get ahead of the other 2 athletes and save himself.
Morad, Watts, Sager, Lucken. Luka Jukic, Colton Mertens, and Jay Crouch have all finished. Crouch taking 12th place. Now Jason Smith is in. Artur Zupniks. As Gamboa comes across. Gamboa 33rd place overall. Here's Upniks. And Sam Cornoyer is now in. And that leaves Augustin Riquelme as the final man on the floor. And that'll close out heat number 1. Chandler Smith sets the early time to beat, 3:39.77 seconds. Smith looking for his best finish of the competition. Has yet to finish better than 10th in an event, likely to happen here.
Everyone is laying on the floor except Chandler Smith.
Now the question is, did the guys who were sitting right on that cut line do enough to survive? Tim Paulson was 31st overall coming in. He did beat Colton Mertens coming across, but we have another heat to go here, and that will factor in.
True, and the real person you got to look out for that may not have made it was actually sitting in that 29th position, and that was Augustin Riquelme.
Riquelme was the last man to come across the finish line, but Chandler Smith with the plaid.
21:15.9. Full frickin' send for Chandler Smith. And he's not even tired. Not even, I expected this. That's the attitude. Now the race for the top 30 between Paulson and Mertens. Now here's the deal. Mertens was in 30th, but he was also trying to at least keep away from Riquelme, who got dead last in this heat.
So that will help Colton Mertens. Chandler Smith, 3:39.77 seconds. Ludicrous speed paying off for him. Alexander Caron will finish in second. Jason Hopper, Joris Kervis, and Tim Paulson. We're gonna catch our breath really fast. We'll be back with the final heat of the last event of day number 2. Final heat of the second day of competition for the men here inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Sean Woodland and Chase Ingram, Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. After 8 events, here are your top 10. Justin Medeiros is 45 points up on Brent Fikowski for the top spot on the overall leaderboard. Saxon Panchik sits in 3rd, trying to hold off Pat Vellner. And Guillermo Majeros, 548 points, sits in 5th place, but Medeiros has a golden opportunity to really put a stranglehold on the top spot on that leaderboard.
Absolutely does. We just saw what one past wrestler could do with this event. How about Justin Medeiros, who has that as a background as well? As you said, this is a wonderful way to cap off a 9-event, 2-day competition as we're about to cut down to 30.
And this is probably the last thing these guys wanted to do, have to go this hard at this point in the competition.
Exactly. This is a want-to event. Do you even want to put yourself in a dark place that you're going to need to? And what we've seen before in the past, like game athletes train volume. They train heavy weight. They do all of these high volume skill sets. But how often do you go to that dark place of a 21-15-9 couplet?
Brent Fikowski and Justin Medeiros, along with Saxon Panchik, your overall leaders, will be in the middle of the field. Patrick Vellner has been bouncing around the top 5 here. He is in 4th place overall. Scott Panchik's been battling a knee injury, and despite that, he's in the top 10.
Now I want to see if he can ride the lightning a little bit. You're getting on an echo bike. That shouldn't be too much on the knee. And with these muscle snatches, he's going to be able to handle that. And look at that. That yell, that look. He knows exactly what he's about to put himself through.
Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson, the 5th overall. A very typical Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson-like performance for him so far.
And don't be surprised if you see some fireworks from him as well.
3:39.77 seconds. That is the time to beat. Belongs to Chandler Smith, who did that in the first of these 2 heats. 21-15-9, 90 total scored repetitions.
It's going to be fast and furious from the start, but what have we seen so far, right? We tested some intensity and some strength under intensity, some super high skill. We did some classic CrossFit Games triplet action this morning, and this is just that intensity piece that we have yet to hit. Yes, we ran fast, yes, on Wednesday, but this is another level of pain cave. When you mix in a bike and a lighter barbell for these athletes, it's just pure straight go.
Alex Vigneault on the right of your screen was the first man to the barbell. Brent Fikowski close behind him. Noah Olson was off the bike at about the same time as Fikowski, but it's Vigneault through 28 of the 90 scored repetitions. 42 reps on the scoreboard. That's the number they have to hit. Then they will move back to the bike for 15 more calories. Chandler Smith with that time to beat, 3:39.77 seconds, and Alex Vigneault is 4 reps shy of now getting back to the bike. He is your leader. Brent Fikowski battling it with him for first, and Noah Olson is in 2nd place. Vigneault and Fikowski to the bike at the same time.
Noah Olson's creeping up in 3rd, but watch what I think Fikowski is going to throw down in this round of 15. One person that doesn't shy away from intensity in his training is Brent Fikowski. One person who's meticulous with his bar movement, Brent Fikowski. This is a good setup for Fikowski to shoot himself back up the leaderboard.
Justin Medeiros right now in 11th place in the heat. Good news for Fikowski as Fikowski looks to cut into that 45-point deficit. Alex Vigneault on the right of your screen is 2 reps back of Fikowski. Fikowski on the left of your screen, the 2 of them trading the lead. There is Justin Medeiros, who comes in with the overall lead at 668 points, and now it's Fikowski back to the barbell ahead of Alex Vigneault.
Look how smooth that bar path is for Brent Fikowski on the left. Vigneault hunched much more over, really taxing the lower back as Vellner gets in the mix.
Now Pat Vellner to the barbell for his set of 15. Yonakoski and Noah Olson on the barbell as well. Travis Mayer is there, and Andre Uday, the impressive rookie. 72 reps is what Fikowski needs to reach, and then he'll go back to the bike for the final time. Fikowski barbell down, and he returns to the echo bike, and he is in the lead.
You look around left to right. You want it? Are you sure? Because here I am. I've been training in my garage for 2 years to get back to here.
Brent Fikowski Needs to get to 81, and he'll go back to the barbell. Justin Medeiros is now on the bike as well. Here comes Brent Fikowski with 9 reps to go. 30 seconds to the time to beat. That belongs to Chandler Smith, upper left-hand part of your screen.
Strength, technique, endurance is out the window. It's all coming down to guts.
Brent Fikowski with now 2 more reps to go. Class dismissed. Event win for Brent Fikowski to close out day 2. Alex Vigneault is across. Travis Mayer is in. This is helping Fikowski close the gap on Medeiros as now Vellner has come across. Jonakoski, Andre Houdet, Justin Medeiros is in. Medeiros will take 9th place in the event. So Fikowski able to shave unofficially 24 points off of Medeiros' lead.
Yeah, both Saxon Panchek and Scott Panchek. 2 brothers competing together for the last time on the competition floor here at the end.
And Saxon Panchek was trying to hold off Pat Vellner for 3rd place. Panchek is now in. He had a 34-point lead on Vellner. And that is the horn. Saxon finished in 29th, Vellner finished in 5th. So Vellner is going to erase that deficit. Brent Fikowski with the event win. Pat Vellner looking to get himself back inside the top 3. But it was the battle of the Canadians earlier.
Well, we said we knew what it was going to take. But was anybody willing to put themselves in that place to take it? Alex Vigneault on the right came out to a very hot start. But once we got to the end, especially that middle part of 15, Brent Fikowski says, I've trained this before. Let me show you how much I want to get back here and on top of that podium.
Brent Fikowski and Alex Vigneault are your top 2. 4 Canadians inside the top 6. Chandler Smith's time slides to 3rd. Travis Mayer will finish 4th. Vellner takes 5th, followed by Alexander Caron. Brent Fikowski joins Mike Arsenault.
Brent, incredibly consistent performance thus far, your first event win here on event number 9. You spent part of yesterday in a sensory deprivation tank and now sensory overload here on the Coliseum floor. What is it like to be back in front of this crowd?
I mean, yeah, it's everything, man. You know, it's been 20 months since I competed in person, and being an athlete my whole life, you know, it's what I've always, it's why I'm here, you know, and so I'm just grateful to be competing again, and it's been a long road to get here. I'm just really happy.
A long road to get here, a long Friday here at the CrossFit Games. 5 events. We started in the morning, we're finishing here in the evening. How'd you get through this physically and mentally?
Lots of carbohydrates. And, you know, just an amazing support staff with my coaches, my wife, my parents are here who I have hardly seen since the start of COVID. And it's, yeah, you know, and just, I want this to be my favorite CrossFit Games. And I'm doing that regardless of my finish. I'm doing it every single event. So it's been a lot of fun.
I see you got some tape on your left leg here. Anything you want to tell me?
Looks good, right? No, I'm all good, man. Yeah, never better.
It's a fashion statement. Brent Fikowski, event win here on event number 9.
Brent Fikowski will cut into Justin Medeiros' lead as a result. Now trails him by just 21 points. Pat Vellner gets back inside the top 3. Now 30 points up on Saxon Panchek. And Alex Vigneault is in 5th, but just 4 points up on Gubinson and 5 points up on Jonakoski.
A lot of things still moving and shaking. I cannot wait to see what happens on 2 more days of competition.
Well, what's going to happen next is the women are going to go through that event. That's going to be a blast. Stay with us, everybody, here at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. I have never appreciated a wave so much in my life than I did the one that just rolled through here at the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Thanks for being here, everybody. Sean Woodland and Chase Ingram getting set for the final event for the women on day 2 of individual competition. Nikki Brazier's on the competition floor. We are cutting down to 30 athletes after this event, and Reagan Huckabee is tied in points with Samantha Briggs, but Huckabee, courtesy of her higher event finish, has the tie break. These are all the women who are trying to get inside that cut line in advance to event 10 tomorrow morning.
And to get to tomorrow morning, Dave Castro is basically holding out a 21:15.9 meter of hot coals to get your way over here. Do you wanna make it there, where you're gonna have to earn it? And it's a classic CrossFit rep scheme. 21:15.9 Echo Bike cows and snatches at 75 pounds, which just means all go and a lot of yuck when I look at the intensity of this one.
And for more on this event, let's go down to the competition floor. That's where Nikki Brazier is standing by.
21:15.9 is a rep scheme that we are all too familiar with who practice CrossFit, but this may be one of the first times that the athletes have ever had a chance to use the Rogue Echo Bike. This is the first time the individuals will be using this piece of equipment out here on the competition floor, and anyone who's trained on one in the past knows that this is a bike you need to earn every single calorie on. It does not give you any chance to sort of roll into the next one. So when you see those athletes come down the competition floor, you will know they've earned it.
First of 2 heats. And we mentioned that a majority or a good portion of the women in this first heat trying to get inside that cut line. Now, Reagan Huckabee will be in lane 4. She currently sits in 30th place overall. Samantha Briggs would be the first woman out, and she will be in lane 17.
Which is on the other side of the competition floor, so not an advantage to be next to her, but if there's one person I don't want to race and an event that just requires you to hurt, to go to a very dark place that most people don't want to go to, I don't want to race Sam Briggs there. But Huckabee is an athlete that has the ability and capacity and has shown the willingness to do the same thing. So this is going to be quite a race between the two.
We start with 21 calories on the Echo Bike, 90 total scored repetitions here in this event.
The best way you can describe the Echo Bike, just like any air bike, is there's just no break. It's relentless. And the harder you go, the more it hurts. Now, granted, the faster you do go, but there's a fine line between a little bit too far and then completely having the wheels come off by the time you get to the round of 15.
Emma Carey is your leader right now. She and Alessandra Bocelli fighting for first place. There is Samantha Briggs, who has moved up into 4th. And it's Emma Carey who will be the first athlete to the barbell, along with Alessandra Bocelli.
And these teenage girls, they're just absolutely fearless out there.
Mackenzie Riley, Sam Briggs now off the bike, ahead of Reagan Huckabee. Ellie Turner is also onto the barbell. This is the race for 30th. Samantha Briggs on the right is in 31st place. Reagan Huckabee is in 30th.
Watching this, Sean, it reminds me of one of the most impressive things I've ever seen Sam Briggs do. And it's what she did at the Rogue Invitational 2 years ago, where he had a Death by Power Snatch event. They were by themselves in their gym with no music whatsoever. And she did upwards to 256 on an on-the-minute format without stopping.
Alessandra Bocelli is the first athlete back to the bike. She's through 42 of the 90 score repetitions. Now 15 more calories here at the 57 rep mark. She'll move on to the barbell for 15 more snatches. Emma Carey and Laura Clifton join her on the bike. And Ellie Turner is there as well. Samantha Briggs, top of your screen. She gets back to the bike for 15 calories.
Now the round of 15 is where you question a lot of things in a normal couplet like this. Was that the right decision? Did I go too fast? But a round of 15 that involves an Echo Bike begs the question of life itself as I'm on there suffering through this middle part of event number 9.
Samantha Briggs in 5th place in this heat right now. Alessandra Bocelli is your leader now with 6 calories to go. Now 5 left, 4 left for Alessandra Pacelli.
Now that bike sway side to side, he's starting to call that the intensity wobbles. That's when the wheels are starting to shake a little bit because you want to stay nice and tight on the bike. Swaying side to side isn't really of a benefit.
Ellie Turner has taken the lead. She is in the left side of the floor as Reagan Huckabee right now sitting in 15th place in this heat. Turner, Emma Carey, Alessandra Pacelli, and Laura Clifton on the barbell. Now Emily Rolfe as well, and Samantha Briggs. She's at the top of your screen in the all black.
Now another athlete who's not completely safe is Michelle Besnay. She's just 2 points ahead of Huckabee and Briggs. We saw the same thing on the men's side. It's not just between these two, because if Huckabee can stay ahead of Besnay and the point differential works out, that could save her as well if she can't take Briggs.
Carolyn Connors has done. Ellie Turner, though, is your leader through 74 of the 90 scored repetitions. Alessandra Pacelli has dropped back into second place. Samantha Briggs has crept up into third. Turner getting set to head back to the barbell for her final 9 reps. Turner in 26th place overall. Her best finish so far was a 9th in event 6th.
Well, that's good for her because, yes, we're focused on the 30 we're cutting to now, but starting the day tomorrow, we're going to 20.
Samantha Briggs just got to the barbell as Turner is across the finish line. Briggs is in 3rd place in this heat. Alessandra Pacelli now making it to the barbell. She's in the gray shorts in the middle of your screen.
Pacelli went a little too hard in that set of 15 and paid for it on the 9.
Sam Briggs is done in a race to the finish line. I think Briggs may have gotten there first.
Oh.
Clifton just edges her out, 4:45 to 4:46. But Briggs has finished ahead of Huckabee, so that's big for Briggs as she looks to move on to event number 10 tomorrow.
Now what Huckabee needs to do is not look for Briggs, but look for Besnay.
Emma Carey has finished, Emily Rolfe has finished, Sung Young Choi, Amelia Lepinen, Griffith, Reagan Huckabee.
She had a 2-point lead
on the left
on Besnay, who's on the right. Now, depending on where they finish overall, the points are decreasing as Huckabee comes in, so we need to see what happens in the second heat, because if it's only a 2-point difference, now we go to a tiebreaker between the two.
Huckabee is in 14th place in the heat, 5:29.31 seconds, and Michelle Basnet comes in behind her at 5:41.06. That is enough time for someone to maybe slip in there and help Huckabee out. Sasha Nieves is in, and Carolyn Connors has come across, and that will close out heat number 1. Samantha Briggs takes 3rd place in the heat, 4:46.50 seconds, but it was Ellie Turner who did it the fastest in 4:25.98.
Turner did such a good job just staying consistent from machine to bar, through the 15, nice and strong. Just a very great performance top to bottom. And then when Briggs had her back against the wall, she did exactly what she needed to do, plus a little extra, staying ahead of Reagan Huckabee.
Ellie Turner at 4:25.98 seconds, by 20 seconds over Laura Clifton, who edged out Samantha Briggs across the finish line. Alessandra Pacelli, who led early, she will take 4th, and it's Emily Rolfe in 5th place. We will take a break and come back with the final heat for the women here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Second day of competition for the individuals about to come to a close here as the final heat for the women in event 9 is set to take the floor. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier down onto the competition floor. After 8 events, here is where we stand. Tia Toomey zeroing in on her 5th straight CrossFit Games championship. Kristen Holta sits in second, and Laura Horvath occupying the final spot right now on the podium. Christy Aramo O'Connell 12 points back of her.
I mean, Tia's looking so good right now. She had a great finish in the handstand walk earlier. If you're trying to wonder when she may slip up, it's not going to be this event in event number 9.
It's a famous line from a movie. Prediction? Pain.
Hey, the old Mr. T had it right. And pain in a big way, a big want-to event. Do you really want to do what it's going to take to succeed in event number 9? 21:15.9, Echo Bike Cals, snatches at 75 pounds, and like you said, Sean, a whole lot of pain.
Second and final heat of event 9. We cut down to 30 athletes after this as we head into event 10 on Saturday morning. Haley Adams had a rough go in events 6 and 7, but was able to stop the bleeding and turn things around in event 8.
And she did in a big way, taking second overall in that 97 points that she needed. I'm also looking forward to event number 10, which is one she should do well in. But Haley's good on the machines, and we know Haley is tough. So she could get herself some much needed points tonight to set herself up well for the rest of the weekend.
Laura Horvath sits in 3rd place, but only 12 points up on Christy Aramo O'Connell.
Speaking of machines, how about a machine on a machine? Laura Horvath is one of those athletes that have power and they enjoy the challenge of pushing through something with a high intense event like this one.
Tia Toomey, your overall leader, could take this event off and would still be your leader.
But what we've seen from her all weekend after 8 events is that she is doing things that she wouldn't normally do in years past. She is trying to challenge herself because it appears no one else is going to be able to do it in the competition.
Stand by.
4:25.98 seconds. That is the time to beat, courtesy of Ellie Turner. In heat number 1 is Kristen Holta, who currently sits in 2nd place, gets to work, and Laura Horvath right now in 3rd place. 33 points back of Holta for 2nd. And Horvath and Amanda Barnhart have the early lead, and this crowd is already on its feet.
They are. They know what's coming. Here's the beautiful part of this. We've had a lot of different triplets and couplets so far here in the competition, but they've been, like we said before, boosted ones, tougher, heavier weight, higher skills. This is the event that we all know and can do in our CrossFit affiliates. Echo Bike Power Snatch. Take it to your gym, splash yourself with some intensity, and see what it's like to compete with your hair on fire for about 3 or 4 minutes.
Amanda Barnhart is the first woman off of the bike. Annie Thorisdottir and Catherine Davidsdottir are there with her, as Gabriella Magala now will join those 3, and Laura Horvath in the mix as well. Here comes Brooke Wells.
And what are we really thinking about? We're thinking about how this round is going to affect the gold ball round, right? That final round of just absolute pain cave in the set of 15 and 15. Because you can go too hard, you can tip the scales too far into the red in the set of 29 just because you feel good, you got some adrenaline, and then this is where you decide if that was a good pace or not.
Barnhart maintains her lead through 42 of the 90 scored repetitions. Annie Thorisdottir also on the bike. She is in 2nd place. Catherine Davidsdottir in 3rd, followed by Laura Horvath and Brooke Wells. Here are your top 3. Amanda Barnhart in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Barnhart coming in 7th place overall at back-to-back 4th place finishes in events 6 and 7. Annie Thorisdottir and Catherine Davidsdottir, 4 CrossFit Games championships between the 2 of those women on the right side of your screen. 57 is the mark that Barnhart needs to hit, and then she'll move back to the barbell for her set of 15. Amanda Barnhart maintains her lead, but Annie Thorisdottir is right there. Barnhart with 1 rep down before Thorisdottir starts hers.
Look at how fast Barnhart is. Just that basically is a 75-pound kettlebell swing from the ground.
Laura Horvath has moved into 3rd. She is in the black top between Thorisdottir and Barnhart. 4:25.98 the time to beat. Here comes Brooke Wells. Catherine Davidsdottir is off the bike. Barnhart is done. Final bike, 9 calories. Here comes Annie Thorisdottir. Tia Toomey just now getting to the barbell. She's in the white top and red shorts. Here comes Laura Horvath in 3rd place. Horvath ahead of both Kristen Holta and Christy Aramo-O'Connell as Amanda Barnhart looks to move herself possibly into the top 5, and she is off the bike ahead of Annie Thorisdottir. 9 reps for Amanda Barnhart. Here comes Thorisdottir. Annie has gotten to work. Barnhart with 2 reps to go. And Amanda Barnhart will take event 9. Annie Thorisdottir will come across. Barnhart with her 3rd career event win, and it's Laura Horvath who can finish in 3rd place if she hurries. She is in, Horvath is across the finish line, and she will take 3rd in the event.
Now Brooke Wells and Haley Adams got to the barbell at the exact same time.
Haley Adams on the right now. She is battling with Tia Toomey. Toomey is across just ahead of Wells.
Tia Toomey was outside the top 10 coming to the set of 15.
Tia beats Adams across. Brooke Wells was after them. And now Gabriella Magala has finished. She'll take 7th in the heat, 11th in the event. Catherine Davidsdottir slowing on this final set of 9. She has finished. Catherine Davidsdottir will finish 17th in the event. Meanwhile, Kristen Holta is still on the bike. She is towards the very back of this heat. Laura Horvath trailed her by 33 points, and that deficit may disappear and then some.
And then we start looking who's in line behind that. 4th, you had Aramo-O'Connell, but she's just getting to the bar. So you're 3 and 4 still on the competition floor.
Well, Holta is in, and she is going to take 30th. Horvath took 3rd. That's going to be good for 94 points. She just gained 72 points on Kristen Holta.
And so may the gap between Tia and the rest of the field increased even more so. What's about to happen between 2nd and 7th may have got compressed even more than we could have imagined coming in because of what Haley, Barnhart, and Wells did relative to what Aramo and Holta.
Amanda Barnhart, 7th place overall coming into this event. 3rd career event victory. And like you said, Chase, things are going to get really interesting as we head into the weekend, as the gap between 2nd and 7th will probably shrink.
Right off the bat, Amanda Barnhart, one of the more powerful athletes in the field. The way she handles barbells is a work of art when it just comes to absolute speed, power, and intensity. But then you throw an outfit like that on an Echo bike, and it even plays to their strengths even more. But you still, like we said, on paper, it doesn't work. The amount of effort that you have to put in and the suffering that you know is about to come, you have to put it in there, and that's what Barnhart did.
Amanda Barnhart beats Annie Thorisdottir by 6 seconds. Laura Horvath wraps up 3rd place in the event. And then it's Ellie Turner ahead of Tia Toomey. Samantha Briggs's time is going to be good enough for 7th. That is really big for her as she looks to stay alive here and move on to day number 3. But it's Amanda Barnhart with her 3rd career event win, and she is with Nikki Brazier.
Amanda, this 21-15-9 rep scheme is the type of pain cave that we are all familiar with, but what about this particular couplet put it right in your wheelhouse?
We do a ton of assault bike sprints at CompTrain, so as much as I hate it, we do it twice a week, and I get to go against Katrin Davidsdottir, who's a beast on the bike, so I was really prepared for this one.
For that last set of 9, I saw you looking over, keeping an eye on where Annie was at. What was going through your head at that time?
I was dying really bad, and I wanted to make sure it was going to be worth it, so I wanted to stay ahead of her.
Makes sense, makes sense. It has been a long day of competition for you. How's the body holding up after all these events?
Surprisingly pretty good. I'm really tired. Hopefully I can just fall asleep after this, but quads are sore. Otherwise, I don't feel too bad.
Well, congrats. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Amanda Barnhart with 100 points, and she has moved herself up the overall standings. And she is knocking on the door of the top 3 as Laura Horvath now leads Kristen Holta by 39 points.
Eerily shaping up to be another 2018 leaderboard with Tia in first and Horvath in second, but the compression at the top is what we were talking about. 16 points between Holta and Barnhart. Wells has moved in within 18 of Barnhart, and Adams just 2 back. So 2 bad events for Adams today, but still found her way in 6th place overall, just less than 30 points out of the podium.
Those are the top 10. Danielle Brandon now sits in 11th place. Katrin Davidsdottir is in 12th. Emma Carey, the teenage phenom, will be in 17th. Alessandra Bocelli, she is now in 20th place. Reagan Huckabee stays in 30th. Samantha Briggs moves up to 27th. So those two will be moving on to event number 10. But now these are the women who have to work their way inside the top 20 in order to move on past event 10.
Exactly, and the gatekeeper is Alessandra Bocelli. And though we took 9 events to get here to cut the 30, it's only going to take 1 event to cut to 20 as we move into day number 3.
Sasha Nieves, Michelle Basnet, Carolyn Connors, and Sung Young Choi on the wrong side of that cut line. So they are the 4 athletes who will not be moving on to Saturday. 2 days remain in the individual competition as we look to crown the Fittest on Earth in 2021. And things are certainly getting interesting for both the men and the women. Still, plenty needs to be decided here in Madison, Wisconsin. Thanks so much for spending your day with us, everybody. For Joel Gaudette, Tanya Wagner, Chase Ingram, Nikki Brazier, and Mike Arsenault, I'm Sean Woodland. We'll see you tomorrow here in Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay, we got a really cool one for you guys this morning that I'm excited about. It's one of my favorites.
4 rounds, each round on a 4-minute timer. 3, 2, 1, go. 15 cal assault bike, swim the length of the pool, 10 GHDs, 10 slam balls, sprint across the finish. After that, rest until the 4-minute mark, and then you do it again backwards.
1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4.
Yes, so you'll do each variant twice.
Outdoors, new test, unique test. I'm very excited the way it's going to start off today.
We definitely were having a bit of a laugh before the workout.
Haley is all into TikTok.
Kat and I were like, well, you know what, girl? We could do a few little TikTok dances ourselves. But apparently, we are old and we don't really know the moves.
No, I haven't seen anyone post that dance in so long. That's like 5 months ago.
We are underway. Now here's the key. They will not know their cumulative time throughout the event, and their coaches aren't there to help them out with that.
There's so many different elements that this might not be a swim workout.
You got to send it on the bike, but you got to hold back just a tiny bit, and that's kind of, what I did.
So I think I was like the last one or the second to last one to dive in the water. Okay, I'm way behind. I need to hurry up.
And Tia Toomey's actually going to be the last into the water here.
I was still on the bike and everyone had gotten off the bike and jumped into the water and they're like 20 meters in front of me and I was like, uh-oh. I went out way too slow in my first attempt.
The best swimmers need to take advantage of the hardest part of this event, which is that straight 50-meter swim down the pool.
Noah Olson and Sam Quant, the first 2 out of the pool, onto their GHDs. They have to do 10 of these and then 10 slam balls.
And when you look at GHDs and an assault bike, how often do you see anyone have the ability to work out with those at the pool?
The med ball slam was probably one of the hardest parts of that workout just because you would come out of the water soaking wet and you could not hold on to the slam ball.
It slips out of your hand, and that's the danger of coming to the slam ball wet. Noah had a clean run, not slipped, and that was the difference between a first and second place finish for the first interval of 4.
All right, even though the bike is gonna get really tough, I can still do this.
David's daughter and Adams are in. Haley Adams with the fastest time by 0.4 of a second.
Segments I do at the studio, my high beams are on. And it's like, same here.
Same here.
I know that like I would go back to watch it and this would be the first thing I'd be like,
Oh, they're building the he's building the format right now?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Get a rebuild it based on film.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's not on the website.
The morning event has been announced.
Yes, I can.
Because,
Yeah.
When was
Thank
that?
you.
When did they announce that?
Hi, Andy.
30, they announced that one.
Oh, thank you.
Just